Chapter 2286. Refining a mid-grade Tianming Supreme pellet required 100 Tianming fruits and 1 mid-grade nether nucleus, increasing the difficulty exponentially. Fortunately, Chunzong had refined many low-grade Tianming Supreme pellets and accumulated enough experience to successfully refine his first mid-grade Tianming Supreme pellet. The mid-grade Tianming Supreme pellet was the same size as the low-grade Tianming Supreme pellet, but the patterns on the mid-grade Tianming Supreme pellet were more complicated, and the energy contained within was purer and more majestic. Putting away the mid-grade Tianming Supreme pellet, Chunzong continued refining. After refining all the Tianming fruits, there were still some mid-grade nether nuclei left. Next, it was time to refine a high-grade Tianming Supreme pellet. However, it was more difficult to refine a high-grade Tianming Supreme pill. Firstly, the materials required to refine a high-grade Tianming Supreme pill were very expensive. 1,000 Tianming fruits and a high-grade nether nucleus were required to refine a high-grade Tianming Supreme pill. However, if he had the Tianming King fruits, he wouldn't need 1,000, just 10 would be enough. All of the Sky Underworld fruits had been used up. Apart from the 3 failures from before, which had wasted 30 fruits, the remaining thousands of Sky Underworld fruits and some low-grade and mid-grade Underworld cores have been used to refine 98 low-grade Sky Underworld pellets and 33 mid-grade Sky Underworld pellets. Tianming King fruits are hard to come by. I can't waste them, Chunzong thought to himself. When he was refining a mid-grade Tianming Supreme pellet, he felt that it wouldn't be easy. The difficulty of refining a high-grade Tianming Supreme pellet would be several times higher, so he wasn't confident. If he failed, he would be heartbroken. After all, the Tianming Ancient Trees King fruits were extremely rare, and it wasn't easy to obtain them, unlike the Tianming fruit. First, I'll refine the Nether Prison Divine Refining Fire and merge it with the Purple World Star Dragon Flame. When the time comes, the Purple World Star Dragon Flame will be upgraded, and I'll be able to obtain the Nether Prison Divine Refining Fire's power. Maybe I can use it to refine a Tianming Supreme pellet. Chunzong thought to himself. This was a direction worth trying. After all, he had already decided to refine the Nether Prison Divine Refining Fire. If it didn't work, he still had 2 Netherworld Purgatory Divine Refining Fires to use. If it really didn't work, he could only directly consume the Tianming King fruit. It was better than wasting it. Then he would begin refining it. As for the other place, with Senior Devil Heart there was no need to worry. After all, with his strength, he didn't have the qualifications to worry about anything. It was better to focus on his own matters and not let down Senior Devil Heart's efforts. The lid of the cauldron was opened, and the Nether Purgatory God Refining Flame immediately rushed out. However, Chunzong controlled the Purple Domain Star Dragon Flame to fly out, turning it into a fire dragon that quickly expanded to more than 2 meters long. The dragon opened its mouth wide and directly swallowed the Nether Purgatory God Refining Flame. As if enraged, the Infernal Purgatory God Refining Fire burned fiercely. In an instant, it grew from the size of a human head to more than 10 times its original size. It rushed out of the encirclement of the Purple World Star Dragon Flame and surrounded it, burning wildly. The Nether Purgatory God Refining Fire was trying to refine and absorb Chunzong's Purple Domain Star Dragon Flame, turning it into its own nutrients. The Purple Domain Star Dragon Flame was cultivated by Chunzong, so Chunzong could clearly feel that the Purple Domain Star Dragon Flame was constantly being burned, as if it was about to be melted. However, although the Purple Domain Star Dragon Flame's power was not as strong as the Nether Purgatory God Refining Fire, it was supplemented by Chunzong's power and refined by the Flaming Dragon Breath refining technique. Little by little, the Purple Domain Star Dragon Flame used the Flaming Dragon Breath refining technique to refine the power of the Nether Purgatory God Refining Fire. At first, the refining process was relatively slow, but as time passed, the Nether Purgatory God Refining Fire was continuously refined by the Purple Domain Star Dragon Flame, and the Purple Domain Star Dragon Flame's power slowly increased. On the other hand, the nether purgatory god, refining fire's power, was constantly weakening. Under the circumstances, the gap between the two divine fires was constantly shrinking, and the refining speed was also increasing. At the same time, the nether purgatory god refining fire was also refining the purple domain star dragon flame. They were like two snakes biting each other's tails and swallowing them one bite at a time. At first, when the purple domain star dragon flame absorbed 10% of the nether purgatory god refining fire, the nether purgatory god refining fire refined 20% of its own. However, as time went on, the gap was gradually closing. In the end, they both refined 50% of the nether purgatory god refining fire. There was a feeling of being inseparable. Little did they know that this had surprised Chinzong. If the nether purgatory god refining fire had intelligence, it would have regretted it and cried. After all, in front of Chinzong, it did not have an overwhelming power. It was being refined little by little, and the flaming dragon breath refining technique's mysteries and power were constantly being revealed. 60%, 70%, 80%. As time went on, the refining speed became faster and faster. 90%, 100%. When a nether purgatory god refining fire was completely refined by the purple domain star dragon flame, the purple domain star dragon flame's aura rose steadily and became more powerful. Level 2 of the intermediate rank. Level 3 of the intermediate rank. Level 4 of the intermediate rank. Intermediate level 5. In the end, the purple domain star dragon flame's aura stopped at the intermediate level, 5 level, which was equivalent to a 5-star Yuan underworld expert. In other words, if Chinzong only used the purple domain star dragon flame, he would have a strength of a 5-star Yuan underworld expert. Of course, Chinzong had not studied the use of his own divine flame in depth, so he could not compare to the cultivators of the innumerable divine flame mountain who had switched to cultivating divine flames. However, the difference was that Chinzong's main cultivation was the sword. The divine flame was an auxiliary technique and not the main technique. Of course, if he had the opportunity to cultivate a technique to control the divine flame, Chinzong would also study it. That would not be a bad thing for him. Although the flaming dragon breath refining technique was very profound and mysterious, it was not a technique to control the divine flame. It was a technique to cultivate the divine flame. The purple domain star dragon flame. It could no longer be called the purple domain star dragon flame. After devouring the nether prison divine refining flame, the fire dragon's appearance had changed greatly. The nether prison divine refining flame was stronger after all. Although it had been refined, devoured, and absorbed, it had still changed the appearance of the purple domain star dragon flame. Originally, the purple domain star dragon flame was mainly purple, with red as a supplement. There were also some black spots that looked like dragon scales. Now, the purple was gone, and it had turned black. It was the same black color as the nether prison divine refining flame. In addition, the original red color had become extremely deep purple. The black dragon scales were still black. The color had not changed, but it was even more dazzling and resplendent. It was as if it was constantly emitting light like the stars in the sky. The fire dragon's body had also grown from more than 2 meters to more than 5 meters. The power it exuded was even more astonishing and tyrannical. I have to give it a new name again. Chinzong couldn't help but think to himself as he stared at the 5-meter fire dragon. Ever since he had obtained the Earth's mysterious flame, he had embarked on a path of no return. He had been constantly giving his flames names. Now he had to change a new name every time the fire dragon devoured and evolved. Get a random name? There was no such thing. With Chinzong's personality, he simply could not tolerate being casual. Moreover, the stronger the flame, the closer it was to the origin of the great Tao of fire. The name had to be compatible with the divine flame itself. Otherwise, there would be some deviation. Thinking about it, the current divine flame was the predecessor of the purple domain star dragon flame, and then merged with the nether prison divine refining flame. It already had the ability of the nether prison divine refining flame. Why don't I call it the Black Star Dragon Flame? Chunzong muttered to himself. The fire dragon's body swayed, and the black flames immediately burned on its body. It looked even more majestic, as if it had acknowledged the name. The Black Star Dragon Flame was indeed worthy of its name. The Nether Prison Divine Refining Flame was a pure nether flame. The Black Star Dragon Flame was not a pure nether flame. It only had some characteristics of the nether flame. This divine flame was controlled by Chunzong. Therefore, Chunzong was very clear about the ability of the Black Star Dragon Flame. In addition to the original burning and purifying abilities of the Purple Domain Star Dragon Flame, the Black Star Dragon Flame now had an additional ability, which was the ability to refine one's soul. The so-called soul refining ability was the ability to impact and even burn one's primordial spirit and divine soul. Refining the Tianming pellet also required the Nether Prison Divine Refining Flame's soul refining ability. The Nether Flame more or less had such an ability. The Nether Prison Divine Refining Flame was very outstanding in this ability. However, in addition to the ability to refine one's soul, the Nether Prison Divine Refining Flame also had another ability, which was called Nether Prison. However, there were still 2 Nether Prison Divine Refining Flames. The other 2 Nether Prison Divine Refining Flames did not participate in the battle between the Purple Domain Star Dragon Flame and the Nether Prison Divine Refining Flame. Now, the Black Star Dragon Flame was waiting for them to take the initiative to attack. These 2 Nether Prison Divine Refining Flames were weaker than the previous one. Therefore, they were easier to deal with. Not long after, the remaining 2 Nether Prison Divine Refining Flames were devoured by the Black Star Dragon Flame. Its aura soared again, reaching level 6 of the middle stage, which was equivalent to the battle strength of 6 stars of the middle stage. Fortunately, after devouring the 2 Nether Prison Divine Refining Flames, the Black Star Dragon Flame also got another ability, Nether Prison. At this moment, Senior Immo XN rushed into the passage and directly went out of the underground cave. Outside the underground cave, there was a huge black shadow coming from the sky. It was as tall as 1,000 meters, like a majestic nether god, and emitted an extremely horrible aura. Immo XN stared at the 1,000-meter-tall black shadow. For the first time, a trace of excitement and fighting intent appeared in his indifferent eyes. After so many years, I can fight with a Dao Master again, Moxin said to himself. The attacker was a top-level Dark Dweller, who had the battle strength of a Dao Master. Because the Dark Dweller was a top-level Dark Dweller with extremely strong battle strength, Moxin took the initiative to leave the underground cave and come to the surface to intercept him. Otherwise, once the Dark Dweller entered the underground cave to fight, it would be very unfavorable for Chunzong. Under the other waves, Chunzong could not bear the slightest bit and would be directly destroyed and killed. Chunzong, who was focused on refining the Nether Prison Divine Refining Flames, did not notice Moxin's departure. After raising the Black Star Dragon Flame to the extreme, Chunzong was ready to refine the high-level Heavenly Underworld Elixir. There were not many Heavenly Underworld fruits, only more than 300, and there were not many high-level Dark Nuclei, only more than 20. In this way, he could only refine more than 20 high-level Heavenly Underworld Elixirs at most. In order to ensure the success rate and not waste any Heavenly Underworld fruits, Chunzong even opened the Four-Mind Intense. Chapter 2287. Outside the underground cave of the Infernal Purgatory Divine Refining Flame, a huge black shadow that was 1,000 meters tall stood in the sky. Its huge palm struck out with earth-shattering force. Countless nether chi exploded, and the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. As the palm fell, numerous fine cracks appeared in the void, densely packed. Each of them emitted an extremely terrifying aura, as if they were going to destroy everything. The giant palm struck down, and the astonishing palm pressure caused the earth to collapse. Countless cracks spread like lightning, forming a 10,000-meter wide crater. Under the giant palm was Moxin's figure. This palm made Moxin feel pressured. Unfortunately, After becoming a god, he had lost his peak Tao master battle strength. The remaining battle strength was only a small part of his heyday. Fortunately, even a small part was enough to deal with this top-level Dark Dweller. Moxn clenched his right hand, and the black flame burned and spread rapidly. A long saber appeared in his hand. The long saber was straight, more than 1 meter long and 3 fingers wide. The tip of the saber was extremely sharp, and the body of the saber was burning with black flames, like an illusory, demonic fire. As soon as the long saber appeared, it emitted an astonishing and direct power, sweeping in all directions. The demonic fire was vast. Slash! Moxn lifted the saber and directly slashed out. The dark saber light directly tore a huge hole in the void and spread rapidly at an astonishing speed. The saber light looked much smaller than the giant palm, but it was more condensed and extremely powerful. Slash! In an instant, the giant palm was cut open, and the terrible saber chi raged and smashed the giant palm. One saber to break all techniques. The way of the saber and the way of the sword were similar. The sword could break all techniques, and so could the saber. After slashing the giant palm with one saber, Moxn's figure flashed and merged with the demonic saber in his hand. The battle was extremely fierce. In the cave, Chunzong was in full swing refining the high-grade heavenly underworld elixir. After throwing the last high-grade dark nucleus into the 5-legged furnace, Chunzong controlled the black star nether dragon flame to refine it. Not long after, the last high-grade heavenly underworld elixir was refined. 23. He had obtained a total of 23 high-grade heavenly underworld treasured pills without a single failure. During the refining process, Chunzong's control over the Black Star Nether Dragon Flame had also improved. The high-grade Tianming pellet was also the same size, but the patterns on it were several times more complicated. With his keen perception, Chunzong could feel that the energy contained within was many times more majestic and pure than that of a mid-grade Tianming pellet. There were 98 low-tier Tianming pellets, 33 mid-tier Tianming pellets, and 23 high-tier Tianming pellets. This time, it could be said that he'd gained a lot. The low-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet was refined from 10 Heavenly Underworld fruits and 1 low-grade Underworld nucleus. With the Underworld Purgatory Soul refining Flame's ability to refine the soul, it refined all the impurities in the pellet, leaving only the essence, and fused them together in the most perfect way. The effect of 1 low-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet was definitely better than 10 Heavenly Underworld fruits. In other words, 10 Heavenly Underworld fruits could stimulate about 1,000th of the potential that Chunzong had when he broke through from the Dao Manipulation realm to the Yuan Underworld realm. Therefore, 1 low-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet could stimulate more than 1,000th of the potential. As for how much it could stimulate, Chunzong still didn't know. After putting away the high-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet, Chunzong took out a low-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet and swallowed it directly. The pellet quickly melted and flowed into his stomach after entering his mouth, turning into an aura that was both cold and scorching at the same time. It quickly spread throughout his body and swept through it. Chunzong carefully sensed it. With his superb perception, he could feel that his potential was being stimulated rapidly and becoming active. 3,000ths, Chunzong finally said when his potential no longer emerged. 3,000ths of his potential was 3 times that of 10 Heavenly Underworld fruits. This was also because he had fused with a low-grade Dark Core. The power contained within the Dark Core was astonishing. Under the Divine Fire, the violent elements within the Dark Core had been removed, leaving behind the most essential part. Then, he had fused with the aura of the Dark Purgatory Divine Refining Fire and finally refined it. This was because the effect had increased by several times. In this way, 98 pellets. There were still 97 low-grade Heavenly Underworld pellets left. If he consumed all of them, it would be enough to stimulate even more of his potential. However, according to Senior Moxn, low-grade Heavenly Underworld pellets were more suitable for Dao Manipulation Realm cultivators, and their effects might be even better. As for Yuan Underworld Realm cultivators, it was best to consume mid-grade Heavenly Underworld pellets. If they consumed high-grade Heavenly Underworld pellets, the effects would naturally be even more astonishing. Chunzong took out a mid-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet and consumed it, intending to see how effective it would be. After all, after one's potential was stimulated, it wouldn't remain dormant. It would remain active until it was converted into cultivation strength. Mid-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet consumed. The aura of the mid-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet was many times stronger, more than 10 times stronger. It constantly surged within Chunzong's body like a torrential river, and its chilly and scorching aura was even more astonishing. The aura lasted longer than before, and the potential stimulated was also more than before. It wasn't just 10 times, but more than a dozen times. 5%. Chunzong felt that a lot of his potential had been stimulated. The low-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet could stimulate 3/1000ths of his potential, while the mid-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet could stimulate 5%. A mid-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet was refined from 100 Heavenly Underworld fruits and a mid-grade dark core. 100 Heavenly Underworld fruits could only stimulate 1% of one's potential. Now that it had been refined into a pellet, it was 5 times stronger. Now, Chunzong took out a high-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet. A high-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet corresponded to the Divine Ability Realm. Given his mid-level Yuan Underworld cultivation base, how much potential could he stimulate by consuming a high-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet? As the high-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet entered his stomach, the chilly and scorching aura was several times stronger than that of the mid-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet. It surged like a torrential river and soon became even more intense. It was like a torrential flood that kept surging. Chunzong's body trembled uncontrollably. He could only feel a wave of power wreaking havoc within his body, as if it wanted to destroy his body. This kind of power was extremely shocking. If he hadn't tempered his body and had a high cultivation base, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Even so, Chunzong could still feel his body trembling uncontrollably under the impact of that frantic power. His bones and muscles were shaking as if they were about to be crushed. Waves of tearing pain swept through his body like a torrential tide. Chunzong's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. That chilly and scorching aura was like a sword that cut wantonly within his body. It was as if his body was going to be dismembered from the inside. It was extremely uncomfortable. This feeling lasted for a long time before it weakened. After it weakened, Chunzong could clearly feel waves of aura continuously emerging from the depths of his body. It was like a torrential flood that had been opened and filled his entire body. He no longer felt the slightest burden or discomfort. Instead, it made him feel extremely comfortable. That was potential. Potential that had been stimulated was like a torrential river that surged endlessly. It was so comfortable that Chunzong felt like he was about to fly. When the aura stopped surging, Chunzong carefully sensed it and couldn't help but smile. His eyes were secretly filled with excitement. 100%. The potential stimulated by a high-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet was 100%. Amazing. It was really amazing. Chunzong could feel his potential filling his body. It was very active, wandering and diffusing everywhere. However, thinking of the pain when he took the high-grade Heavenly Underworld pellet, Chunzong felt that it wasn't easy. It was really worthy of being a precious medicine that was suitable for the Divine Realm. Chunzong restrained his desire to continue taking the Heavenly Underworld pellet. Only then did he notice that Senior Devil Heart had disappeared. His divine thoughts quickly spread out and went up along the passage. He felt that extremely powerful forces were colliding and surging endlessly as if they were going to destroy the world. That aura made Chunzong feel like he was going to be destroyed. There was no doubt that Senior Devil Heart was fighting with someone. Well, with the Dark Dwellers. That kind of power was not something that the Divine Realm or the high-grade Dark Dwellers could achieve. Sure enough, Senior Devil Heart's battle strength is still at the level of Town Master. Chunzong secretly thought. He just didn't know how much difference was there between Senior Devil Heart's battle strength and Shang Lai's. Shenzong was tempted. He wanted to go out and see the battle with his own eyes, but he didn't let it get to his head. The aftermath of a battle at the level of Town Master was amazing. If it affected him, he would most likely die. Even if he didn't die, he would most likely be seriously injured and on the verge of death. He could only give up on the idea of watching the battle. At least, he wouldn't think about it if he couldn't guarantee his own safety. In that case, he would leave the battle to Senior Devil Heart. He would cultivate and transform the potential stimulated by the heavenly underworld pellet into strength. His current Qi cultivation was at the mid-level of the Yuanming realm, while his body cultivation was at the mid-level of the world divine body. Both of them were on par with each other. 4 intents at the same time. 1 intent to pay attention to the movement, 1 intent to practice the cultivation technique, 1 intent to comprehend the heart sword principle, and 1 intent to comprehend the world great Tao. It was as if there were 4 Qinzongs. This efficiency was amazing. Cultivating the cultivation technique was to improve one's cultivation, comprehend the great Tao, improve one's control of the great Tao power, and also improve one's great Tao domain. This was also a cultivation method that advanced at the same time. It would save more time and energy to improve at the same time. Fortunately, Chunzong's mind power was strong, and his recovery speed was very fast. That was why he could open the 4 realms at the same time. Time passed slowly, and the battle outside gradually calmed down. What a pity! Moxin thought to himself as he looked at the top-level Dark Dweller fleeing into the distance. However, he didn't give chase. Although he might be able to kill the top-level Dark Dweller if he gave chase, his purpose was to protect Qinzongxiu. If he gave chase and a high-level Dark Dweller sneaked into the cave, Qinzongxiu wouldn't be a match for him. When the battle ended and Devil Heart returned, Qinzong also ended his cultivation because the potential stimulated by him had been exhausted or transformed. His cultivation had improved, and so had his great Tao power. His 2 great Tao domains had also been strengthened. In short, Qinzong's overall combat strength had improved, but it hadn't reached a qualitative change. Chapter 2288. Moxin appeared in the underground cave and quickly entered Qinzong's heart palace as he said, "Let's go." Qinzong also quickly moved and rushed into the underground cave. He quickly rushed out of the underground cave and returned to the entrance of the ancient Netherworld ruins. Even a top-tier Dark Dweller had appeared. It was hard to guarantee that an even more powerful top-tier Dark Dweller or even a transcendent Dark Dweller with the battle prowess of a sovereign would appear. At that time, Senior Moxin would not be able to resist. In short, his harvest could be considered bountiful. After leaving, it couldn't be more appropriate to describe it as a fruitful trip. It was also time to leave. He could enter again when his strength was stronger. The ancient Netherworld ruins didn't have an opening or closing time. One could enter at any time as long as one had the ability. As for staying in the ancient Netherworld ruins for a long time and being eroded by the Nether Chi, it didn't have the slightest effect. This was because the Black Star Nether Dragon Flame absorbed all the Nether Chi that invaded the body and turned it into nutrients for its growth. With the attribute of the Nether Flame, the Black Star Nether Dragon Flame possessed part of the Nether Flame's abilities. Absorbing the Nether Chi was just one of them. In other words, Qinzong could move freely in the ancient Netherworld ruins from now on and didn't have to worry about the erosion of the Nether Chi. Even so, he still had to leave when it was time. This place lacked the Yuan Chi of heaven and earth and wasn't suitable for his cultivation. Those Tianming pellets would be of great help to him in the outside world. There were Dark Dwellers guarding the underground cave of the Nether Purgatory God Refining Flame, and even a top-tier Dark Dweller had rushed over. This meant that the Nether Purgatory God Refining Flame was very important to the Dark Dwellers. Qinzong had collected all of it. If the Dark Dwellers knew about this, they would definitely hunt him down frantically. After using the instant space sword escape, Qinzong turned into a sword light and moved forward at an astonishing speed. He then escaped into the void as if he had disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10,000 meters away. Fast, fast, fast. He only pursued speed, extreme speed, incomparable speed. The speed of his sword light was comparable to the speed of a 7-star Yuan demon expert. When he escaped into the void, he could reach the full speed of a top-tier 7-star expert. The instant space sword teleportation had two forms. One was to transform into sword light, and the other was to escape into the void. Transforming into sword light was the prelude to escaping into the void. It also had the power to attack, but its speed was not as fast as escaping into the void. Escaping into the void did not have the slightest offensive power, but it was faster and more stealthy. Chunzong alternated between the two forms, erupting with an astonishing speed as he continued to advance. Not long after Chunzong left the underground cave of the Nether Purgatory, refining God Flame, some dark dwellers arrived and rushed in. Seeing that the Nether Purgatory refining God Flame above the black lava lake had disappeared, they roared furiously like the roar of a ferocious beast. Anger. Fury. Not long ago, the Nether Seed had been stolen by a cultivator, and they had not recovered it yet. Now, the Nether Purgatory Divine refining fire had been stolen, and 3 of them had been stolen. Although the Nether Purgatory God, Refining Flame, would be born from the black Nether Purgatory Magma Lake, it would take a long time. Now, without the Nether Purgatory Divine Refining Flame, it would be difficult to transform the cultivators into the Dark Dwellers with amazing talents and potentials. It could be said that to ensure the success rate of transforming the Dark Dwellers into the Heaven's Pride level, the Nether Purgatory Divine Refining Flame and a Nether Seed would have a 90% success rate. However, without any of them, the success rate would drop to 50%. If 2 of them were missing, the success rate could barely reach 10%. The more outstanding the cultivator's talent was, the more outstanding the Dark Dweller would be. However, if the Nether Purgatory Divine Refining Flame and the Nether Seed could be combined, they would become even more outstanding. In short, the Nether Purgatory Divine, Refining Flame, and the Nether Seed were the necessary treasures to cultivate the most talented Dark Dwellers. Deep inside the underworld, the figure entwined with countless black chains, as if he had been swallowed by the darkness, burst out a terrifying aura and roared. Chase! Kill! More Dark Dwellers followed him. Panic at the slightest sound. With the help of the demonic heart god spirit, Chunzong didn't encounter any danger. Even if he encountered a high-level dark beast, the demonic heart god spirit would take action and kill it directly. He would dig out the high-level dark nucleus and leave only a corpse. There were still 100 Heaven Underworld King fruits left. If he had 10 more high-level dark nuclei, Chunzong could refine them into 10 high-level Heaven Underworld pellets. Thousands of underworld dwellers were dispatched. They swept through the underworld, as if they were searching every inch of the place. Moreover, they quickly spread to the outside of the underworld and spread to the ancient netherworld ruins. They did their best to search everywhere except for those hidden and dangerous places. Chunzong's speed wasn't slow, but some of the Dark Dwellers were faster. At the Dark Vortex, a black light tore the sky like lightning. It was like an Aurora movie, flying directly from afar and appearing in front of the Dark Vortex. His whole body emitted a terrifying aura. Not long after that, 10 more black lights arrived quickly, floating in front of the Dark Vortex and sealing the center of the Dark Vortex. 11 Dark Dwellers. From afar, after the cultivators saw it, their faces changed. Sealing. 11 Dark Dwellers sealed the Dark Vortex, which meant that they couldn't go out. Once they got close, they would most likely be caught or even killed directly. How dare they? A man from a big force was furious. There were Dark Dwellers in the ancient Netherworld ruins, which was known by many forces in the void. With the strength of many forces, if they wanted to, they could enter this place and wipe out all the Dark Dwellers. The reason why they didn't do so was because it would cause some losses. Another reason was that the Dark Dwellers couldn't leave the ancient Netherworld ruins. There was no need for them to stay here. Anyway, it wouldn't endanger the safety of the void. Even the experts of the strong sects in the void had entered the ancient netherworld ruins and reached an agreement with the Dark Dwellers. The agreement was that the underworld couldn't deliberately target the cultivators of the void when they entered the ancient netherworld ruins to train. Of course, some conflicts of interest were inevitable, so it couldn't be forced. However, this sort of blockade of the entrance and exit was not allowed to happen. Get out of the way. A Dao Master level expert arrived. His body was filled with an extremely shocking aura fluctuation like lightning. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he glared at the 11 Dark Dwellers, especially the top-grade Dark Dweller. Someone stole the Dark Seed and Dark Purgatory divine flame of the underworld. Find the person and hand them over. Then you can leave. The top-grade Dark Dweller said in a gloomy tone. The aura around his body became more and more tyrannical, like an ancient netherworld storm, which caused the Dao Master level expert's expression to change. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being impolite. Even though the Dao Master with lightning around his body was afraid, he didn't retreat. However, the Dark Dweller didn't have the slightest intention to retreat. The Dao Master was furious. Boom! The lightning exploded and transformed into a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky and blasted out with destructive might. It carried an extremely terrifying might as it blasted mercilessly towards the peak stage Nether Dweller. The thunderbolt was vast and light purple. It was filled with an extremely terrifying aura of destruction, as if it could turn a mountain into nothingness in an instant. The top-level Dark Dweller also took action at that moment. A hand of God of Underworld stretched across the sky and grabbed the vast lightning. With just a light grab, the lightning was crushed directly. Then, the hand of God of Underworld slapped out and hit the expert at the Town Master level. With a boom, the thunderbolt exploded and the Dao Master level expert was sent flying. He was no match for the Dark Dweller. The gap between their battle strength was obvious. I'll say it again. Find a person who stole the Dark Seed and Dark Purgatory divine flame of the underworld, then you can leave. The top-grade Dark Dweller spoke again with an extremely cold tone. Damn it! Who stole the Dark Seed and Dark Purgatory divine flame? Some cultivators complained. If it wasn't for this, they could leave. One should know that if one stayed here for a long time, he would be gradually eroded by the dark chi and be contaminated. If it was too long, it would be difficult to leave. If it was too long, he would be transformed into a Dark Dweller and never be able to leave. I've been slightly contaminated by the dark chi. If this continues, I'll be in danger once I become moderately contaminated. We have to leave as soon as possible. Let's go and find the damn guy who stole the Dark Seed and Dark Purgatory divine flame. Even the Dao Master level expert was sent flying and injured. Needless to say, these Divine Power Realm, Yuan Demon Realm, and Dao Controlling Realm experts were in a much better situation. Far away, with a flash of swordlight, Chunzong appeared and looked over. It's been sealed. The top-grade Dark Dweller's voice also reached Chunzong's ears. Chunzong's expression changed slightly before returning to normal. The 3 Dark Purgatory Divine Flames had been taken by him. Now, they had been refined by the Purple Star Dragon Flame and transformed into a new and more powerful Divine Flame, the Black Star Dragon Flame. It was impossible to hand over the Dark Purgatory Divine Flame. Even if it hadn't been refined, Chunzong wouldn't hand it over. He had obtained it with his own ability, so why should he hand it over? Senior MOXIN, can we break through by force? Chunzong couldn't help but ask. It's difficult. MOXIN pondered for 3 breaths before replying. The Dark Dweller's battle strength surpasses mine. Although he didn't want to admit it, MOXIN's current battle strength was at most at the 4-star level. He could be more powerful if he desperately erupted. However, the Dark Dweller's battle strength was at least at the 5-star level of the Dao Master level, or even higher. In addition, there were 10 high-level Dark Dwellers blocking the way. It would be very difficult to rush out with Chunzong. Chunzong couldn't help but frown and ponder. If they couldn't leave as soon as possible, they wouldn't have to worry about the erosion of the Dark Chi for a long time. Instead, they would be found by the Dark Dwellers. That would be very unfavorable for him. But now, he could only wait and see if there would be any changes. The Dark Dwellers wanted to block the exit, but the cultivators wouldn't let them. There would definitely be a conflict. After all, the Dark Dwellers were very powerful, but the cultivators weren't weak either. It was just that no powerful cultivators had arrived yet. While waiting, Chunzong also started to cultivate. He didn't want to waste any time and seized every moment to improve himself. Chapter 2289. I took Little Six to the park for a stroll, so I'll update later. The Dark Dwellers appeared everywhere, searching and fighting with the cultivators. There were casualties on both sides, but they did not find the person who stole the Dark Seed, nor did they find the person who took the Dark Purgatory Divine Flames. After all, the 3 Dark Purgatory Divine Flames had been completely refined by Chunzong and turned into his own Divine Flames. Chunzong also deliberately avoided them and kept a low profile to avoid being targeted by the Dark Dwellers. Cultivating the cultivation technique, comprehending the mysteries of the Great Tao. Time passed slowly, but it was hard to sense. The cultivation and comprehension ended. Chunzong, I have something to pass on to you. Comprehend it well. Moxion's voice sounded. Okay. Chunzong immediately responded. In the next moment, a stream of information flowed out from Moxion and poured into Chunzong's primordial spirit and into his divine soul. Divine Martial. Chunzong used the 3 states of mind. As he received the information, he organized the information, and he slowly comprehended it. Using these 3 methods, he advanced at the same time. This divine martial was imparted by Moxion. The divine martial originated from the dark martial. The dark martial was a high-end, martial, remarkable ability of the Dark Dwellers in the ancient Netherworld ruins. It was passed down from the dark cultivators of the Middle Ages. Chunzong had seen the profundity and power of the dark martial, and it was very shocking. The divine martial originated from the dark martial. In other words, Moxion had learned from observing the dark martial after the battle with the top Dark Dwellers. Then, he combined it with his own knowledge of cultivation and other things to finally modify the dark martial. The demon heart was unable to cultivate the divine martial art on its own. This divine martial art was meant for Chunzong to comprehend and cultivate. Its purpose was to allow him to truly control the divine martial art freely when he borrowed the demon heart's power. It was unlike before, where he was unable to completely control the divine martial art and was unable to display his sword techniques to their limits. Therefore, the prerequisite for learning and displaying the divine martial was to master the divine spirit borrowing power. Of course, the prerequisite was to have a divine spirit. To put it simply, Chunzong had used the divine spirit borrowing power to increase his battle strength to the 10 stars of the Yuanming realm. That was basically the upper limit that Chunzong could bear now. He could do more, but he would be injured. However, after mastering the divine martial, he could fully control the power of the divine spirit borrowing power freely and display a stronger battle strength. It would not be a problem to surpass the 10 stars. The divine martial seemed simple, but in fact, it was not simple, even with Chunzong's great comprehension. However, relying on his superb perception, Chunzong was still able to gradually comprehend the mysteries behind it, gradually approaching the beginner level. Only by mastering it would one be able to truly grasp all the powers borrowed from the gods and unleash them to their fullest potential. The description of this piece of information made Chunzong very interested in this divine martial. After reading and organizing it, he immediately activated the 4 states of mind. One of the intents was paying attention to the surroundings, while the other 3 intents were comprehending the mysteries of the divine martial. Now, Chunzong had successfully forged the 13th Heart Palace and had even reached large success. The power of his mind had grown even stronger, and his recovery speed had also increased. He was able to keep up with the consumption of the 4 concepts of one heart. This was also the amazing part of the Heart Sutra. The further one progressed, the greater the help. Of course, other people who cultivated the Heart Sutra could not compare to Chunzong's mind power. Therefore, they could not achieve what Chunzong had achieved at the same cultivation base. Chunzong's comprehension efficiency was amazing under the three intents. He comprehended from different directions and verified each other. The effect was not as simple as 1 plus 1 plus 1. His great comprehension, coupled with the comprehension of the three intents, verified each other. He quickly comprehended the mysteries of the divine martial as soon as he reached the great accomplishment level. Great accomplishment. Small accomplishment. Great accomplishment. The great accomplishment level of the divine martial was enough to let him master the power of the divine martial without any leakage. It took a lot of time to comprehend the mysteries of the divine martial and cultivate it to the great accomplishment level. But Moxin was very shocked. What astonishing comprehension ability! Moxin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This divine martial art was something he had evolved from his dark martial art. It was extremely profound and unfathomable, but Chunzong had comprehended its mysteries in such a short time and even cultivated it to the grand accomplishment realm. This was truly unexpected and shocking. Moxin smiled. He had been sleeping in the divine spirit mound for many years. He had only woken up when he sensed Chunzong's extraordinary aura. Originally, he just thought that Chunzong's talent was good and qualified for him to cultivate and protect him. After signing the contract, he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, he was shocked again and again. Shocking talent, super strong comprehension ability, shocking past and present. Now, Moxin was looking forward to the future. How far could Chunzong go? It was inevitable that he would surpass him. Then, he had to do his best to protect Chunzong's cultivation, and he had to do his best without affecting Chunzong's own progress. Thinking about it, one day, with his help, the heavenly palace of will would be able to nurture a peerless expert. How amazing would that be? How satisfying would that be? Moxin felt very happy when he thought about it. Now, he had died in battle and turned into a divine spirit. Although he could not continue to fight for the heavenly palace, he could continue to contribute to the heavenly palace. After cultivating the divine martial skill to the great accomplishment realm, Chunzong also stopped cultivating. After the great accomplishment realm, there was a division called the perfection realm. However, it was very difficult to reach the perfection realm. It was not something that could be achieved through cultivation alone. Chunzong wanted to try the power of the divine martial, but the place was not right, and the time was not right. He could only restrain himself. Now, he had to keep a low profile. Chunzong wanted to keep a low profile, but the Dark Dwellers did not give him the chance to do so. In other words, the Dark Dwellers at this moment were full of anger. They were very unscrupulous to the cultivators. They had to find the cultivators who stole the dark seed and the infernal purgatory divine refining flame. Otherwise, they would be punished. Under the threat of punishment, they became more and more unscrupulous. Fights between the cultivators and the Dark Dwellers broke out everywhere. Chunzong was inevitably found by the Dark Dwellers. In this case, let's try the mystery of the divine martial. Chunzong gazed at the approaching middle-level Dark Dweller. Relying on his divine sense, Chunzong could feel that this Dark Dweller's fighting strength was very strong. With his own fighting strength, he was not a match for him. When the Dark Dweller rushed over, a black shadow appeared on his body. Then, a finger pierced through the air. A black finger force shot through the air. Chunzong's face became serious, and his hair stood on end. His whole body felt like it was pierced through. The extreme coldness attacked him, as if it was going to freeze his primordial spirit and body. This was the divine martial, the great Zhou sword realm. Under the full fighting strength, this sword was enough to resist the attack of a middle-level 8-star warrior. However, the great Zhou sword realm could only resist for less than 1,000th of a second before it was broken. The power of this attack was more than a middle-level 8-star warrior. The moment the finger force hit the great Zhou sword realm, Chunzong knew that he could not resist it. He immediately used the instant space sword to escape into the void, avoiding the attack of the black finger force. After the black finger force pierced through the great Zhou sword realm, It went forward, piercing through the sky and piercing through the giant rocks and trees. Under the terrifying power, everything was shattered and turned into powder. The power of this finger made Chunzong's heart jump. It was at least a middle-level 9-star warrior. As expected, he was no match for it with his own fighting strength. Divine martial arts borrowing. In an instant, a vast power surged from the divine martial arts demon heart into Chunzong's body. It combined with Chunzong's power and pushed forward layer by layer. It continued to increase and became more powerful. The powerful power filled Chunzong's body, making Chunzong feel like he was going to explode. Divine martial, with a low roar, an extremely majestic aura immediately spread out from Chunzong's body and soared into the sky. It was as if countless sharp swords had been unsheathed and shot out an extremely sharp light that could shake the heavens and earth. Countless sword lights intertwined above Chunzong's body and condensed into a sword-light phantom. That sword-light phantom looked almost the same as Chunzong, but it was 10 meters tall and was suspended in the air. It seemed to overlap with Chunzong's body, or it could be said that it merged with Chunzong's body. When the sword-light phantom was condensed, Chunzong felt that the powerful power that was going to make his body explode no longer caused any impact or disturbance to him. Instead, it turned from a violent dragon into a docile little lamb that was completely under his control. Swinging the sword. Sword technique of heart refining. Fifth sword. Along with Chunzong's movement, the sword-light phantom's arm also suddenly swung out. The sword shadow in its hand seemed to overlap with Chunzong's sword and merged into one. The extremely condensed sword light crossed the sky and directly attacked the middle-level Dark Dweller as if it could break everything. Divine Martial. He had truly grasped and controlled the power of the Divine Martial and displayed it to the fullest. The sword light broke the sky and the sword shadow swept out. It was as if nothing in the world could resist the sword light. Everything, whether it was existence or nothingness, would be killed and shattered. Unable to dodge or resist, the middle-level Dark Dweller roared angrily. The Dark Martial shadow on his body became more and more condensed. He used all of his strength to condense a palm and absorb a large amount of dark chi. It turned into a solid palm print and slapped across the sky. This palm print seemed to be able to break a mountain and smash everything into powder. It was extremely terrifying. The sword light flashed, and the sword shadow followed. The sword broke the sky and directly penetrated the huge and solid palm print. The tyrannical sword chi directly tore and shattered it. It was unstoppable. The shadow on the middle-level Dark Dweller's body was directly penetrated and shattered. In the next moment, the shadow was also penetrated. Killed with a single sword strike. Chunzong was secretly shocked. This divine martial was really profound. It could completely control the power of the divine martial without any leakage or wastage of the power. It made him more powerful invisibly. After killing the Dark Dweller, Chunzong immediately took away the Dark Dweller's storage divine tool. It was his spoils of war. Maybe there would be heaven underworld fruits or dark nuclei. Chapter 2290. Scarlet flames swept across the sky, sweeping out for over 100 kilometers. Like a surging flood, they carried with them a violent might that could destroy everything and a scorching heat that could burn everything to ashes. The dark chi around the 11 Dark Dwellers in the dark vortex fluctuated. With a cold snort, that top-level Dark Dweller also made his move in an instant. Black shadows that covered the sky seemed to spread out in an instant, forming an extremely cold black cloud that surged. A huge hand that could hold up the sky suddenly stretched out from the surging black cloud. It was covered with black flames that burned unceasingly. The hand of Underworld God. This was another kind of underworld martial art, a powerful one. The hand of Underworld God was more than 1,000 meters long, carrying endless, terrifying power. It directly slapped the sky and blasted toward the torrent of flames. The roar shook the world. The Tao Master level expert who controlled the flame was obviously much stronger than the one who controlled the lightning. He was not defeated by the top-level Dark Dweller. The two sides were evenly matched. Then, the Dao Master level expert who controlled the lightning also launched an attack. As soon as the two Dao Masters launched an attack, the top-level Dark Dweller immediately fell into a disadvantage, but he could still hold on with his super strength. Attack! Kill! Seeing that the top-level Dark Dweller was restrained, the Divine Realm experts immediately launched an attack toward the 10 top-level Dark Dwellers. However, more Dark Dwellers also rushed over. Fight! War! The war between the cultivators and the Dark Dwellers broke out. The purpose of the Dark Dwellers was to block the exit and prevent the cultivators from leaving. They wanted to find the thief, but the purpose of the cultivators was to leave, especially those who had stayed here for a long time. They had already been slightly contaminated by the Dark Qi. If they didn't leave in time, the consequences would be dire. Chunzong also joined the battle. After all, the reason why the Dark Dwellers launched a large-scale attack to block the exit was inseparable from him. At least, he had to take half of the responsibility. Of course, Chunzong didn't feel guilty at all. If it was someone else who could find the location of the Nether Purgatory God, Refining Flame, and kill the 4 high-level Dark Dwellers who were guarding it, and enter the underground cave, they would also use all means to take the Nether Purgatory God, Refining Flame. The world of cultivation had always been like this. I'll take what I can get. As for the consequences, that's a matter for the future. Perhaps some people with a strong sense of justice would feel guilty and uneasy because of this, so they had to make sacrifices and so on. There would also be some eccentric people who would secretly feel proud of the dispute they had caused. However, Chunzong would not do that. He would face it head-on. He didn't feel guilty or uneasy, nor did he feel smug. He only faced it head-on. If he had the ability, then he would solve it. If he didn't, then he would contribute. Chunzong was very clear about this. Only by not being arrogant and not being rash could he live longer. Only then would he have the qualifications to chase after the peak of the Tao. Divine Martial. Chunzong's combat power increased tremendously with the help of the God Spirit's law. He controlled his power to be at the middle level of the 10-star level. As he waved his sword, the sword shadow on his body also waved out many majestic sword shadows. The power was shocking. The Dark Dwellers, who didn't have enough fighting power, couldn't block Chunzong's sword at all. Suddenly, the Devil's Heart's voice came into Chunzong's ears. It was very urgent, which made Chunzong slightly surprised. Where should we go? Chunzong quickly asked. The exit was still blocked. To the left, quick! The Devil's Heart's voice became more and more urgent. It seemed that he had realized that a terrible crisis was rapidly approaching. Without any hesitation, Chunzong immediately performed the instant space sword evasion and went to the left at the fastest speed. Under the Divine Martial, Chunzong also performed the instant space sword evasion to the extreme. His speed could reach the middle level of the 11-star level. This speed was extremely fast. He escaped into the void and directly appeared tens of thousands of meters away. Then, he escaped into the void again. At the same time, in the distant sky, a large black cloud rolled and surged. It seemed to have covered half of the sky. It rolled and swept over in an overwhelming manner. The darkness shrouded, and an extremely terrifying pressure surged in the sky. It was as if an ancient demon god had descended. The power of the underworld was unparalleled. That kind of aura was extremely terrifying. It was simply indescribable. Such shocking might cause Chunzong's entire body to be unable to help but go cold and tremble. It seemed as if no matter how he flew, he was unable to avoid it at all, and it was as if everything was enveloped by this terrifying nether might and filled this expanse of the heavens and the earth. This kind of power could not be described by the town master level. It made the Devil's Heart so afraid. Dominator. These two words appeared in Chunzong's mind. He could not help but tremble, and his heart beat wildly. It was equivalent to a Dominator-level Dark Dweller. Even a Dark Dweller of this level had been dispatched. The situation had become more and more serious. Only a Dominator-level expert could fight against a Dark Dweller. However, very few Dominator-level experts entered the ancient Hadean ruins. fast, even faster. Chunzong borrowed more power from the divine spirit. He felt that his body was about to explode. Even under the control of the divine marshal, he felt that he could not bear the burden. His speed soared and reached the level of a mid-level 12-star battle strength. He was much faster than before. Even then, he still felt that it wasn't fast enough because this entire expanse of the heavens and the earth seemed to have been enveloped by the extremely terrifying nether might. It was the nether might of a transcendent nether being, and it shook the heavens and the earth and suppressed the surroundings. As soon as the Dark Dweller appeared, he immediately saw everything on the battlefield clearly. Everything was under his control. The scene of Chunzong fleeing quickly and turning into a sword light and then escaping into the void was also clearly seen. With just a glance, Chunzong felt as if he was being stared at by a great terror. His primordial spirit trembled violently, and his spirit shook as if it was about to be destroyed. It was a kind of suppression and fear that originated from the depths of his spirit and body. It was a kind of fear. The difference between a Tao Venerate and a Yuan underworld was a fundamental difference. The difference between a Dominator level and a Yuan underworld level was like the difference between two levels of life. It was a complete suppression. Chunzong had seen a few Dominators before, but that was under normal circumstances. The Dominators had restrained their power and aura, unlike now, where they were emitting extremely terrifying aura fluctuations without any concealment. It was a complete suppression. In front of it, he was as small as an ant. If that kind of aura directly suppressed him, it was possible that his spirit would collapse. It was incomparably terrifying. In the next moment, a wisp of almost transparent black smoke floated out of the black clouds that shrouded the world. At first, it was slow and drifting, but it gradually sped up and flew towards Chunzong like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the wisp of almost transparent black smoke seemed to have turned into an arrow that silently penetrated the void and shot over tens of thousands of meters away. It was many times faster than Chunzong's instant space sword technique. In just a short moment, the wisp of black smoke had turned into a sharp arrow that pierced the sky. Chunzong's body unconsciously stiffened, and he felt cold all over. Even his primordial spirit seemed to be frozen and unable to operate. It seemed that he could only wait for death. In the face of danger, the demonic heart suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful energy. Immediately, it used its own energy to bring Chunzong's body into the void. Its speed was dozens of times faster than Chunzong's instantaneous spaceflight. It was over 100 times faster. In just a moment, they had shaken off the black smoke arrow that was shooting towards them. Almost. Just a little bit more, and they would have been shot dead. The power that the demon heart erupted with carried Chunzong's body away at a speed 100 times faster than normal. It wasn't that it couldn't be faster, but Chunzong's body couldn't bear it. This speed was already the limit that Chunzong could bear. The black fog arrow missed its target, but it didn't hit the ground. Instead, it paused for a moment, displaying the Dark Dweller's astonishing control. Even if it was just a casual attack, and he didn't pay much attention to it, it was still under his control. Then, the black smoke swirled and turned into a black smoke snake. Its body swayed, and it seemed to escape into the void as it chased after Chunzong at an even faster speed. He wouldn't let the person he wanted to kill escape, especially when the other party was just an insignificant Yuan underworld cultivator. He was just an ant. It would be a huge blow to his dignity as a transcendent underworld being if he let such an ant escape. However, he didn't use all his strength to chase after Chunzong. One force was enough. Chunzong only felt that he was constantly moving forward at an indescribably fast speed that was beyond his imagination. Everything around him was moving backwards rapidly, so much so that his superhuman perception was distorted and blurred. It was as if he was shuttling through time and space. That astonishing force was pulling at his body. Even though he had a layer of protection, the pulling force continued to stack as time passed, making Chunzong feel as if his body was about to be torn apart. If this continued, his body might really be torn apart. That would be a tragedy. However, the demon heart had no intention of stopping, because the black smoke snake was constantly chasing after him. It was getting closer and closer. No matter how uncomfortable his body was, Chunzong had to bear with it. Fortunately, his world-divine body was strong enough to bear a greater burden. Otherwise, he would have been done for. Chunzong, bear with it. I'm going to erupt with extreme speed, the demon heart said immediately when he sensed the black smoke snake approaching at an astonishing speed. This meant that his body might really be torn apart, and he would die immediately. Even his Yuan spirit wouldn't be able to be preserved, and he would be done for. All right. Chunzong's expression was grave. He knew very well that if he couldn't escape, he would probably die. Therefore, he had no choice but to fight to the death. At least, this was his choice, so there was still hope for survival. However, if he didn't do this, he would really die if the black smoke snake chased after him. One was a 100% chance of death, while the other was a 50% chance of survival. Even an idiot would know what to choose. The moment Chunzong finished speaking, an extremely excruciating pain seemed to come from the outside, completely tearing his body to shreds. The excruciating pain seemed to originate from the depths of his body. It was as if he had been thrown into a meat grinder from the inside out, twisting his body crazily and completely crushing it. Chapter 2291. The feeling of being torn apart, crushed was an indescribable pain. Spread, engulfed. Chunzong was dreaming. He dreamed that he was dismembered and torn apart again and again in a dream, as if he would sink into it forever. He didn't know how many nightmares he had had, but he suddenly woke up. When he woke up, Chunzong felt pain all over his body, as if he had been torn apart. Fortunately, his body was still there, and he hadn't been torn apart. However, his injuries were very serious, as he had been torn apart by a terrible force. Chunzong couldn't help but smile bitterly. There was almost no place on his body that was intact. His internal organs were damaged, his bones were broken, his muscles and skin were torn, and he was bleeding profusely. Fortunately, Chunzong's body refining cultivation base wasn't low, and his vitality was astonishingly strong, so he didn't die directly. His powerful world god body was healing itself, but the speed was a little slow, indicating that his injuries were very serious this time. Senior Mo-Xen, Chunzong called inwardly. I need to recover my strength first. Mo-Xian's voice was a little weak, as if he had consumed too much of his strength to escape from the attack of the super dark dweller. After a while, his injuries were slightly healed. Chunzong struggled to take out some medicinal pellets to speed up the recovery of his injuries. This time, the heart demon didn't come out to make trouble. It was probably suppressed by Senior Mo-Xian's power. Otherwise, it would have seized the opportunity to occupy his primordial spirit and body. The heart demon was helpless, who knew that the god's power was so strong that it could really suppress it. Moreover, its own strength hadn't recovered yet, so it couldn't get rid of the suppression. It could only miss this opportunity. It wanted to curse, but it was suppressed again, and its voice couldn't spread out. Now its consciousness had awakened, and it had lost a great opportunity. The heart demon hated Mo-Xian so much that it gnashed its teeth. If it weren't for his intervention, how could its consciousness be so free and unfettered? Sooner or later, it would have to compromise with itself. At that time, its beautiful life would begin. Now it could only think about it. Mo-Xian had consumed an astonishing amount of energy this time. He had almost overdrawn all of his energy and was slowly recovering. As for Chunzong, with the help of pills, his injuries and strength were also slowly recovering. The powerful world god body had an amazing self-healing ability. No matter how serious the injuries on the body were, it would slowly adjust and recover. After a period of time, Chunzong's injuries had mostly recovered, and his basic movements were no longer affected. However, Chunzong did not leave. Instead, he looked around more carefully while recovering from his injuries. Observe the environment. The air was filled with traces of gray fog, and it was filled with an astonishing chill. From the chill, Chunzong felt that in addition to the coldness, he also sensed a familiar smell, or rather, wave. Sharp. It was a sharp aura fluctuation that belonged to a sword. Although a saber was sharp, the sharpness of saber was different from the sharpness of a sword. Ordinary people couldn't tell the difference. However, a swordsman could sense it, not to mention a swordsman like Chunzong who had an amazing perception. This kind of sharp aura that belonged to a sword made Chunzong's eyes light up slightly. His injuries were recovering faster and faster. Finally, he was fully recovered, and his strength was also completely restored. Chunzong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was really very lucky. This time, he had almost lost his life here. The transcendent dark being was equivalent to an expert at the sovereign realm. It was really terrifying. Just a casual blow had exhausted him. Even senior Xian, who had the battle strength of a Tao master, had almost exhausted himself. As for himself, he had almost died. 9 deaths and 1 life. Taking a deep breath, the cold aura entered his nose and rushed into his body. It made Chunzong's body tremble slightly, and his mind became clearer. After changing his broken sword robe, Chunzong's eyes focused. He looked around and chose a direction to go. That was the direction where the sharp aura was stronger. This place should still be inside the ancient Netherworld ruins. However, Chunzong did not know where it was. The aura and the traces around here made Chunzong feel that this place was uninhabited. It was like a place that had not been discovered and developed yet. The ancient Netherworld ruins was very big. It was left behind from the Middle Ages. In the Middle Ages, meditation was a very important branch and was very popular. Before the ancient Netherworld ruins, it was a country of meditation. Up until now, countless cultivators from the near ancient era had entered the ancient Netherworld ruins countless times. However, they had yet to completely explore the ancient Netherworld ruins. Some places were extremely dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Even sovereign realm experts could fall in those places. Chunzong was not sure whether he was the first person to enter this place or the last. However, he was sure that even if there were others who had entered this place before, there would be very few of them. Such a place meant danger, but it also meant opportunity. Now, he was not sure whether the transcendent dark being was still outside. If it was, he would be courting death if he went out. Previously, he could escape because the transcendent dark being was not deliberately targeting him. If it happened again, he would really die. Since he could not leave for the time being, he could not just stay here and do nothing. He had to explore and hope to find an opportunity that would be useful to him. Chunzong could clearly feel that the cold nether chi here was much stronger than the places he had been before. The strength of the corrosion was naturally much stronger. If it was other practitioners, even if they were at the transcendent realm, they would not be able to stay here for long. Otherwise, they would be corroded and contaminated. However, Chunzong would not be affected. A large amount of cold nether chi was cruel and overbearing. The moment it came into contact with Chunzong, it constantly drilled into Chunzong's body in an attempt to contaminate Chunzong. The black star nether dragon flame wandered up and down his body, absorbing the nether chi that invaded his body and turning it into its own nutrients. In this way, no matter how strong the nether chi was, it could not really contaminate Chunzong. In this aspect, even a Dominator realm expert could not compare with Chunzong, unless he was a meditation cultivator or had some kind of treasure that could really resist the corrosion of the nether chi. Chunzong moved forward slowly under the 4 mind realms. He even spread out the world realm, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Once there was any danger, he could immediately sense it and react quickly. Compared to the sword principle realm, the world realm was more suitable for suppression. When there was danger, he could activate the world realm to suppress it, which could buy him more time to react. As he kept moving forward, the fog became thicker and thicker. Chunzong could feel that the sharp aura in the air was also becoming more and more intense. It seemed to have turned into an invisible sword chi that shrouded the surroundings, constantly cutting Chen Zong's body as if it wanted to cut him into pieces. However, the power of these invisible sword qi was still not strong enough for Chen Zong. It was not enough to break Chen Zong's defense and hurt Chen Zong. As he walked, Chen Zong's face suddenly changed. He quickly took a step back, looking surprised and doubtful. He took another step forward and then took another step back. He repeated this several times. The world realm has been suppressed. When he took a step forward, Chen Zong looked dignified. He only felt that the world realm he had spread out was suppressed and could not be used. He tried to release the sword principle realm, but it also failed. Chen Zong even felt that all the power in his body was suppressed. The power of the qi refining stage and the power of the body refining stage. When he stepped back, all the suppressed power became active again. This step was like a natural chasm. And there was another point. Apart from a suppression of one's strength, the sword qi that permeated the air would also become denser and more tyrannical. This is the sword principle realm. Moxian's voice sounded. His realm was higher than Chen Zong's, and his knowledge was not comparable to Chen Zong's. When Chen Zong was not very sure, Moxian had already sensed it. The sword principle realm. That step was when he stepped into the sword principle realm. The sword principle realm was so powerful that it suppressed all his power. Then what a powerful sword principle realm it was. It had such divine power. In front of it, he seemed to have lost all his resistance. Chen Zong suddenly thought of something else. Since there was such an astonishing domain of sword way that could suppress all of his power, didn't that mean that there was a sword cultivator here, a powerful one? Then, stepping into the sword principle realm was tantamount to stepping into the opponent's territory. His life and death were in the opponent's hands. Chen Zong did not panic. Instead, he became calmer and calmer, because Chen Zong thought of something. He had gone in and out several times, but there was no danger. Perhaps the owner of the sword principle realm did not have any evil intentions? Or was there another reason? Senior, what did you see? After observing for a while, Chen Zong was still a little unclear. It was limited by his realm, but Senior Moxian's realm was higher than his, so maybe he could see something. Well, the sword practitioner in this sword principle realm may have died. Moxian pondered, but his tone was not 100% sure. Died? Chen Zong was stunned. After dying, he could still emit the sword principle realm. What kind of means was this? Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong decided to give it a try. Maybe it would be a good opportunity. He lifted his leg and stepped into the sword principle realm again. Sure enough, his power was suppressed again. He could only use ordinary power. That was all. Even Senior Moxian's power was suppressed and could not be used. I wonder how big this sword principle realm is. With this thought, Chen Zong moved forward step by step. The invisible sword qi in the air became more and more powerful. It was more and more shocking. Chen Zong began to feel a tingling pain, as if he was really going to be torn apart. Suddenly, a wisp of fine sword light tore through the sky and shot over from afar at an extremely swift speed. It carried a shocking sharpness and profundity that seemed capable of penetrating everything, and it seemed as if it intended to directly pierce through Chen Zong. Chen Zong reacted very quickly. He immediately dodged, unsheathed his long sword, and slashed out. Even though his cultivation power was suppressed, Chen Zong still had a good combat strength with his excellent swordsmanship. Chapter 2292. Chen Zong's power was suppressed by the unknown field domain of sword principle. He could only use his swordsmanship. The sword qi condensed in the field domain, emitting a cold, killing intent. It was like a sharp sword in the hand of a peerless swordsman. The sword pierced through the air with amazing sharpness. Chen Zong's eyes were sharp. He waved his sword as if he could see through the candlelight. Chen Zong only felt his sword tremble when the sword qi collided with the sword radiance. He was almost knocked away, but the sword qi was also shattered by Chen Zong's sword. After the sword qi was shattered, it left a wisp of extremely fine and pure power. It was like an original sword qi without any attribute. It went into Chen Zong's body and hid there. Chunzong sensed it carefully, but he couldn't find where the wisp of fine and pure sword chi was. Since he couldn't find it, he ignored it and kept moving forward. The more he moved forward, the more Chunzong felt the amazing pressure, which made his steps heavier. The sword chi condensed and shot through the air. It was so sharp that Chunzong felt cold all over. It was shattered. With his exquisite swordsmanship, Chunzong shattered the sword chi again, leaving a wisp of extremely pure, original sword chi. It merged into Chunzong's body and disappeared. Chunzong had unknowingly advanced 1,000 meters, but he didn't see the end, or the source of the field domain of Sword Principle. Since the field domain of Sword Principle existed, it couldn't be rootless. There must be a source. For example, if he released the field domain of Sword Principle, he must be there. Otherwise, where did the domain come from? 1,000 meters. Although his vision was blocked and he couldn't see too far, it was still easy to see 1 or 2,000 meters. So, he was 3,000 meters away, but he still couldn't see the source of the field domain of Sword Principle. As Chunzong kept moving forward, the pressure on him increased. The condensed sword chi became more and more solid, and its power became more and more amazing. 2,000 meters. 3,000 meters. Including his vision, it was 5,000 meters, but Chunzong still didn't find anything. For 1,000 meters. 5 kilometers. The sword chi had changed greatly. It was no longer a simple sword chi. Instead, the sword chi had condensed into a faint human figure. It was like a swordsman. The tip of its foot lightly touched the ground. Its body seemed to have lost all weight as it pierced through the air. The sword light pierced through the air and condensed into a straight line. It was as sharp as a line in the sky. Compared to the previous sword chi, the power of this sword chi was much higher. In the blink of an eye, the illusory figure condensed by the sword chi had already pierced through the air with a sword, traversing dozens of meters to stab Chunzong, making him feel as if he had been pierced through. Chunzong's expression froze. This sword move seemed simple, but in fact, it was extremely mysterious. It was as if the piercing sword style of swordsmanship had been brought to the extreme, and its power had been completely unearthed. Just by cultivating this sword, one could pierce through the entire world. If he was struck, he would definitely be injured or even killed. Chunzong reacted very quickly. He met the attack with his sword and also stabbed out with his sword. It was a simple stab, but its mystery was brought to the extreme. It was as if this sword could pierce through everything. At the moment when the two swords collided, Chunzong immediately felt an extremely terrifying and sharp sword chi invading through the sword. It was as if it was going to pierce through his arm and body. Strong faith, not retreating. The sword chi was immediately shattered. Chunzong's sword went straight through the illusory figure condensed by the sword chi. With a sword in hand, he stepped forward. Although the pressure was getting stronger and his footsteps were getting slower and slower, he became more and more determined. The illusory figure of the sword chi was shattered after being pierced through by Chunzong's sword, leaving only an extremely pure sword chi to enter his body. He lifted his feet and moved forward again. When he landed, his body seemed to be carrying a heavy weight. It was extremely heavy. Even so, Chunzong still did not stop. He kept moving forward. After walking for 10,000 meters, he still did not see the person who released the field domain of Sword Tao. It was as if it did not exist. Although he still did not find it, Chunzong was certain that the swordsman who released the field domain of Sword Tao was probably dead. However, after death, he was still able to release such an amazing field domain of Sword Tao. He did not know how strong he was when he was alive. It was simply immeasurable. He continued to move forward and was intercepted by the illusory figure of the sword chi. After a fierce battle, Chunzong had a few more wounds on his body. Those were the wounds left by the extremely sharp sword chi. They were dripping with blood and could not be healed in a short time. Under the suppression of the field domain of Sword Tao, not only was his own strength suppressed, but his super strong self-healing ability was also suppressed to the lowest point. Finally, Chunzong saw the source of the field domain of Sword Tao. However, the result caused Chunzong to be extremely shocked. It was not a person, but a sword. It was a huge, pitch-black sword that was directly inserted into the ground. The part of the sword that was exposed above the ground was more than a meter long, and the sword blade was as wide as a palm. Chunzong's eyesight was amazing. He could see that the palm-wide pitch-black sword was covered with strange lines. As the lines intertwined and curved, they seemed to condense into characters, which looked very mysterious and mysterious. Chunzong could not understand the characters because they were not characters of the late ancient era. They belonged to the middle ancient era. Although he could not understand them, Chunzong could still see that the characters were extremely mysterious. Each of them contained an inexplicable power and was unpredictable. It was this sword that released the field domain of Sword Tao. Chunzong secretly guessed what kind of means it was to release the field domain of Sword Tao with a sword. The owner of this sword must be the dominator of Sword Tao, Mo.xn said in a very confident tone. The person had already died, leaving only his sword here, and yet he was able to release the field domain of Sword Tao to suppress all directions. The field domain of Sword Tao that was tens of thousands of meters in radius was many times larger than Chunzong's. Of course, the field domain of a dominator of Sword Tao could not only be tens of thousands of meters in radius. However, the dominator of Sword Tao had already died, leaving only a long sword here. It was not at its peak state at all. Even so, Chunzong could not resist the field domain of Sword Tao. His strength was suppressed, and it was very terrifying. Looking at the huge black sword, Chunzong could feel that the aura fluctuation emitted from the huge sword was the aura of nether chi. In other words, the owner of this sword should be a nether sword cultivator. The so-called nether sword cultivator with a nether sword cultivator who focused on the sword. This sword was left behind by a nether sword cultivator of Sword Tao. It should be the sword that accompanied him. If even his sword was left here, the dominator of nether sword cultivator was probably really dead. Chunzong walked forward step by step, slowly approaching the huge black sword. The closer he got, the stronger the sword pressure became. It was so strong that Chunzong could not move an inch. He could only feel that the sword pressure was constantly rushing at him, without any blind spots. Suppression. It was as if it was going to suppress him directly. 100 meters. Chunzong had only advanced to about 100 meters from the huge sword when he felt powerless and could not go on. Sword pressure. It was so strong that Chunzong could not resist it. 100 meters was the current limit. However, although he could not move forward, Chunzong did not intend to retreat. Instead, he persisted to see if he could move forward. When he could not hold on, Chunzong would retreat, even within the range of the field domain of Sword Tao. As soon as Chunzong retreated from the field domain of Sword Tao, he immediately felt that the suppressed power in his body seemed to have been unsealed. It became very active, like a fierce tiger that had been released from its cage. The power was surging in his body. It was a wonderful feeling, as if he had regained what he had lost. To a cultivator, one's own strength was the most important. Once a cultivator mastered an extraordinary strength through cultivation, they would be able to stand out from the rest. They would be able to surpass the ordinary and pursue higher and further paths, climb higher mountains, and experience more beautiful sceneries. However, it was unbearable to lose that kind of beauty after experiencing it. Chunzong was happy that he had regained his power. However, Chunzong was not very excited because of this. After losing power and regaining it, it was also a kind of training for one's mind. Chunzong's mind was strong and would not be affected by the obvious impact. Moreover, it was not the first time that he had experienced this feeling of losing power and regaining it. He had experienced it many times. He was familiar with the road, and an old horse was familiar with it. At the same time, as his power was unsealed, Chunzong also felt that the pure sword chi that had entered his body before was also circulating and slowly merging into his sword origin. This sword origin was the sword origin cultivated by the Taichu sword origin technique. It was extremely pure, but as the pure sword chi merged into it, the originally pure sword origin also slowly underwent a mysterious change. Chunzong carefully observed this change. It was actually not under his control. However, he felt that it should be changing in a good direction. It seemed that there was something more in the Taichu sword origin. Chunzong was observing, and so was Immortal. The pure sword chi fused with the sword origin. After the fusion, Chunzong could feel that his sword origins might had not increased, but it seemed to have become more complete. The gap has been mended, Immortal whispered in surprise. Chunzong's realm was not high enough. He could only feel that he had gained some benefits, but he could not tell what the benefits were. He could only experience it slowly and eventually understand. However, Immortal was a top-down master when he was alive. Chunzong, who had the memory of Sword Master Dongting, could not compare with him. After all, what belonged to others belonged to others. Even if he knew it clearly, it was not what he had experienced. Immortal's words, combined with the current situation, immediately let Chunzong know that he had indeed gained great benefits. Mending the gap. Mending the flaws in the sword origin. Mending the flaws in the cultivation formula. Of course, Chunzong's Taichu sword origin technique was not incomplete. Perhaps there were some shortcomings, but they would be constantly mended by Chunzong's cultivation and comprehension until they were perfect. The so-called defects did not exist. However, the mending of the gap was not that kind of deficiency, but a kind of essential mending. It was to improve the essence of the Taichu sword origin and even the Taichu sword origin technique. Chapter 2293. Rumor has it that the cultivation path of this era has been continuously passed down since the ancient times, the middle times, and the recent times. However, there will be some changes in the cultivation path of each small era, and it will be different from the other small eras. If the four great eras can be gathered together, the cultivation path inheritance of each era will be truly perfect and flawless. Unfortunately, many powerhouses have tried, but no one has succeeded. You, on the other hand, were actually able to obtain such an opportunity. Your luck is really extraordinary. Immortal's words left Chunzong flabbergasted. His luck was really good. Unfortunately, the origin source sword chi of the Middle Era's Yuanming path was too little, so the improvement of his Taichu sword origin was very minute and limited. Chunzong decided to enter the sword path domain again and see if he could continue to obtain the origin source sword chi left behind by the dark sword cultivator. When he stepped into the sword path domain again, Chunzong felt his power being suppressed again and he couldn't move. Sword chi condensed and pierced through the air but was shattered by Chunzong. A wisp of undetectable origin source sword chi fused into Chunzong's body and lay dormant. This time, Chunzong didn't search for it anymore, as he already knew. Forward. He kept moving forward, constantly shattering the origin source sword chi and harvesting it. Once again, Chunzong arrived at the location of the giant sword. He was 100 meters away from it. However, Chunzong frowned slightly. Senior Immortal, don't you feel that the scope and suppression of the sword path domain seems to have shrunk and weakened a little? Yes. The scope of the sword path domain has indeed shrunk, and its suppressive power has also weakened. Immortal replied affirmatively. Could it be because I absorbed the origin source sword chi? Chunzong guessed. He would know once he tried whether or not it was true. Chunzong retreated from the scope of the sword path domain and recovered his power. The dark origin source sword chi that had fused into his Taichu sword origin also fused back into his Taichu sword origin to fill the gap again. Strictly speaking, this kind of flaw was not a flaw in the cultivation method, but a flaw in the era, or rather, a flaw in the era. Chunzong felt his sword origin chi become even smoother and smoother when the origin chi of the underworld origin completely merged with his alpha primordium sword origin chi. He could wield it even more smoothly. Once again, he stepped into the sword principle domain. He advanced, shattered the sword chi, and obtained the sword chi. When Chunzong arrived at the giant sword again, he stood still. Senior Mo-Exin, the range of the sword principal domain has indeed shrunk, and its pressure has indeed weakened a little, Chunzong said with a serious expression. Perhaps it's because you've absorbed its sword chi, Moxin said. He then looked at the giant black sword through Chunzong's body. The sword chi of the origin should be coming from that giant sword. If you can obtain that giant sword, it will be of great help to you to fill the gap in the sword origin technique. Chunzong nodded and tried to approach the giant sword again. However, he could not go any further when he was 99 meters away. The pressure was too strong. However, it had been 100 meters before. Now it was 99 meters. It was indeed an improvement. It could also be said that the sword principal domain was weakening. Since that was the case, Chunzong retreated from the sword principal domain and stepped in again. He repeated this over and over again, continuously obtaining the sword chi of the origin and absorbing it. The Taichu sword origin was also changing bit by bit. It was a change in nature. Although it was very weak each time, the effect was still very obvious after repeated. Each time, the range of the sword principal domain would shrink and the pressure of the sword would weaken. 98 meters, 97 meters, 96 meters. When he was tired, Chunzong would stop to rest and recover his strength and spirit while comprehending swordsmanship. Once he entered the sword principal domain, he could not activate other forces and could only perform basic swordsmanship. In this way, Chunzong's swordsmanship foundation was also slowly improving. Chunzong's swordsmanship foundation was extremely solid. If he wanted to improve it further, it would be extremely difficult. It was 10 times or even 100 times more difficult than improving his cultivation base. Now, Chunzong had broken into the sword principal domain again and again, constantly fighting with the sword chi. He had repeatedly tempered his swordsmanship foundation, and he had actually improved a step further. If it were any other time, this step of improvement would take many years. This was also an additional benefit. After he rested and recovered his spirit and physical strength, Chunzong continued to break into the sword principal domain. He repeated this over and over again, as if there was no end to it. This was undoubtedly very boring. As time passed, and the number of times increased, it was inevitable that one would feel tired from physical to mental exhaustion. However, Chunzong forgot about everything else. The circulation of the One Heart Sutra was also mainly to deduce the sword technique. He was completely immersed in it, as if he was drunk, as if he was crazy, and as if he was possessed. In this way, Chunzong would not feel bored and did not care how much time had passed. He did not even count how many times he had retreated and entered. 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters. For every meter he got closer to the giant sword, Chunzong had to retreat at least twice. In other words, he could advance half a meter each time. Finally, with Chunzong's persistent efforts, he reached a distance of 10 meters from the giant sword. He could see the lines on the giant's sword, which became clearer and more eye-catching. The sword rune was extremely mysterious. When Chunzong looked at it from a close distance, he could feel an indescribable profoundness permeating within it. It was like drawing a bow, but not releasing it. However, even with his extraordinary comprehension, he could not understand the mystery in a short time. 10 meters left. Chunzong withdrew his gaze and retreated again. The range of the sword principal domain was much smaller than the first time. It was less than half of the previous time. Retreat, enter, retreat again, and enter again. This time, Chunzong advanced to a distance of half a meter from the giant sword. However, that half a meter was like a natural moat. Chunzong could not cross it no matter how hard he tried. The pressure of the sword was extremely shocking. The sword principal domain had shrunk to a distance of 1,000 meters. After retreating, Chunzong rested for a while to recover his exhausted spirit and body. When his spirit and physical strength were fully recovered, Chunzong stepped into the sword principal domain again. As he moved forward, streaks of sword chi suddenly condensed. However, they did not directly attack him as before. Instead, they floated around him, keeping a distance from Chunzong. More and more sword chi condensed and gathered in the middle. Finally, they condensed into a figure and slowly solidified. It was a figure emitting a faint black light. It held a long sword and stood in front of Chunzong. The long sword in its right hand was slanted to the ground, and its left hand was behind its back. It stood quietly and motionlessly. On the blurred face, a pair of gloomy eyes stared at Chunzong. Chunzong only felt that he was being stared at and locked on. Traces of coldness spread out from the depths of his body. He didn't say anything, nor did he say anything. That black figure suddenly raised his sword, and the sword light pierced through the air. It was a silent sword move, but it was exquisite and indescribable. It made Chunzong feel that he could not avoid it no matter what he did. It was obviously a very ordinary sword move, just one of the basic swordsmanship moves. It was not a unique move, nor did it add any terrible, extraordinary power. However, it made Chunzong feel that he could not avoid it. It was very strange. The sword moved extremely fast and arrived in an instant. Chunzong did not have the slightest hesitation. Before he even had time to think carefully, Chunzong had already followed his well-practiced instinct and attacked with his sword. Sparks flew out when the two swords collided. However, the two swords were not bounced off. Instead, they dissipated the vibrating power in a wonderful way. The hard and straight long swords seemed to become soft and flexible in an instant. They became extremely flexible and shuttled back and forth to kill the opponent. The bodies of the swords also collided continuously in an instant. The tyrannical impact combined into a series of dense sounds like rain hitting banana leaves. The sword light raged and surrounded the two of them in all directions. It was as if it was woven into silk. Chunzong focused all his mind and activated the four intents of mind. He was extremely focused and captured all the movements around him. It was as if he could see the trajectory of the opponent's sword. It was extremely mysterious. This kind of swordsmanship was even better than his. If it was not for the four intents of mind, Chunzong estimated that he would not have been able to hold on for long. The Heart Sutra was a cultivation technique. It was different from the Taichu sword energy technique. It did not have any direct attack power or lethality. It was like a kind of support. Therefore, it would not be suppressed by the field of swordsmanship. Even so, Chunzong was still injured. He was hit by the opponent's sword and was directly injured. The sword wound tore open and waves of cold air invaded it, making Chunzong feel very uncomfortable. However, Chunzong endured it as if he did not feel anything. His swordsmanship had also unknowingly improved. It was as if his own potential was being stimulated bit by bit under this kind of pressure and then transformed into the foundation of his swordsmanship. Improvement. Limitless improvement. When Chunzong had more than 20 sword wounds on his body, Chunzong's foundation of his swordsmanship had also improved to a whole new level. It was as if he was going to break the limits of his own swordsmanship and enter a new and superior realm. However, that kind of realm was indescribable. Chunzong did not know how to break through. Perhaps he could use external pressure. However, the opponent's sword could no longer bring him much pressure. They were already at the same level. Fight! The opponent's swordsmanship had a kind of eerie, mysterious, and unpredictable feeling. However, it also contained a sense of righteousness. It was very contradictory, but it was a perfect combination. This battle was extremely intense. Chunzong's mind and body were both experiencing a double test. It was as if he had reached a limit, a critical point. After fighting for a long time, his mental will and physical strength had reached their limits. It was as if he was a steel wire that was about to break. Chunzong's eyes were extremely focused. The divine light was blazing. He stared at the opponent as if he could see through everything. In an instant, the light exploded like the sun. The long sword trembled at an extremely high frequency. It was as if it had broken a boundary and the void was about to collapse. Chapter 2294. This strike did not contain sword origin, body refinement, divine energy, or soul energy. It was just a very ordinary strike, but contained the essence, energy, and spirit that Chunzong had nurtured and stimulated from the intense battle until now. It was an unparalleled belief that he would definitely hit and kill. He had used up all of his strength in this stab. It was his spiritual power, as well as his physical strength. The moment he swung his sword, Chunzong felt a sublimation. It was a spiritual sublimation, as if he had broken through the limits of his spiritual power. When he first started cultivating, his spiritual will was not outstanding. Gradually, it became an important part of his spiritual power, like a belief. But then, he grasped the divine sense, then grasped the divine thought, and condensed the primordial spirit. It was equivalent to his spirit transforming again and again, evolving again and again. It was like the evolution of life, constantly improving to a higher level. But the spiritual power had never disappeared. It had always existed. Now, all the high-end forces had been suppressed by the field domain of Sword Tao. The only thing left was the most fundamental spiritual will. That was the fundamental power that a person was born with, not acquired through cultivation. When he swung his sword, it seemed to be burning. It also gave Chunzong an indescribable understanding. However, he did not have time to think about it. Because there was no way to think about it, he could only swing his sword. He used up all of his spiritual power to swing his sword. It was an extreme stab in the ordinary state. The sword light shot out in an instant, as if it had traveled through time and space. It was a fatal blow. It was an extremely powerful stab. It was a stab with unparalleled power. It could not be blocked. The figure condensed from sword Qi could not block Chunzong's stab at all. The sword in his hand was immediately shattered. It was like a hot knife through butter, without any resistance. The sword was shattered. He was dead. The figure condensed from sword Qi was immediately shattered by Chunzong's sword. It dissipated in an instant, leaving behind a majestic and extremely pure sword Qi of the origin of nether nature. It flew directly into Chunzong's body. The sword Qi was very powerful. As soon as it entered his body, Chunzong had a very clear feeling. It was very strange, as if something had entered his body. In the next breath, Chunzong once again felt a tyrannical power that seemed to have appeared out of thin air, surging endlessly within his body. His strength had returned, because the sword Dao domain that suppressed him had disappeared. This also meant that the power of the sword principal domain had been exhausted. The demon-attributed sword Qi that had been absorbed immediately fused with Chunzong's sword Yuan, causing the transformation of his Taichu sword Yuan to become even more obvious, especially the majestic sword Qi of the origin that he had absorbed at the end. Then, Chunzong stared at the huge black sword in front of him. He should be able to touch it now. It was a sword left behind by a sword Dao dominator during the Middle Ages. Stepping out, Chunzong approached the huge black sword step by step. His power revolved and increased to the extreme. His demon heart's power had also completely recovered. He was fully focused, ready to respond at any time. This was because even Demon Heart was not clear about the details of the huge sword. A divine weapon left behind by a sword Dao dominator must have immeasurable power. Chunzong held his breath and concentrated all his attention. His power also condensed on his arm, reaching his palm and circulating endlessly. He reached out with one hand. His 5 fingers, like sharp swords, pierced through the sky with unparalleled and astonishing power. As they approached the pitch-black sword hilt that was covered with sword patterns, his 5 fingers suddenly bent like the claws of an eagle, as if they could tear through everything. Clasp. In just an instant, Chunzong's 5 fingers, which were condensed with extreme power and seemed to be burning with divine fire, clasped onto the pitch-black sword hilt that was covered with mysterious sword patterns. The moment Chunzong's 5 fingers clasped onto the pitch-black sword hilt, an indescribable chilling power immediately spread through his 5 fingers, soaking Chunzong's palm. The power on his 5 fingers, which seemed to be burning with divine fire, seemed to be difficult to resist. However, Chunzong did not loosen his fingers because he did not feel any danger or threat. It was just a reaction of the sword itself. His 5 fingers clasped tightly, his joints protruded, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Chunzong exerted his power. The power of a divine body of the great success world was astonishing, and it was strong enough to uproot a mountain. However, Chunzong found that the weight of the sword seemed to be heavier than that of an ancient mountain. With his powerful strength that could destroy mountains, he could not move it at all. It did not move at all. The huge sword did not move at all. Incredible. The burning of the 13th layer of heart fire immediately increased Chunzong's power greatly. His right arm, which was holding the huge sword, swelled in an instant, containing an incomparably terrifying power, as if it could easily shatter the earth with one punch. Exert force. His 5 fingers seemed to be about to crush the sword hilt, but that was just an illusion. It did not move. It still did not move at all. Ling Wu's supreme method. All of his power burst out completely, and it directly multiplied. However, it was useless. The sword was still stuck in the ground, as if it had become one with the earth and could not be moved at all. In the next breath, there was a sudden change. Chunzong only felt a suction force coming from the sword hilt. A devouring force, like a glutton, crazily swallowed all of his power. Chunzong could not stop it. All of his power poured out at an astonishing speed, like a torrent that had been opened. Even if Moxin wanted to stop it, he could not. Chunzong's expression changed greatly. His hand seemed to be firmly sucked by the sword hilt, and he could not break free at all. Just when he thought that he was going to be sucked dry, the strong suction force of the huge sword suddenly stopped. Dark moon startles the wind. I started swordsmanship at the age of 3, practiced it for 12 years, traveled the world with a sword at the age of 15, and was invincible under the sword at the age of 18. I thought I was invincible in the world, but unexpectedly, I was only invincible in the world. Only when I stepped into the void did I know that the sword path was boundless. It was as if an ancient sigh had traveled through time and space, through eras, from the Middle Ages to the present, and it reached Chunzong's ears. The voice was vicissitudes of life, but there was also an indescribable courage and sharpness. Vaguely, as the voice continued to sound, Chunzong seemed to see a tall figure. That figure, dressed in a black robe, seemed to be standing in the dark void, and a huge sword was floating around him. The huge sword was pitch black and covered with mysterious sword patterns. It was the huge black sword that had released the sword path domain. I have practiced the sword for 10,000 years, created the sword world, defeated the void, and killed all of the foreign enemies. I have been in the void for 1,000,000 years, but I am trapped here, unable to break through. However, there is a limit to a person's strength, and the catastrophe is endless. The sword world cannot withstand the power of the catastrophe. I can only use all of my strength to leave behind the sword of this life, so that I can survive the catastrophe and continue. You can see the sword that I left behind and hear the voice that I left behind, which means that my sword has survived the catastrophe. You have also passed the test, so you can obtain the inheritance of the sword world. At the end, the voice became weak. When the last word reached Chunzong's ears, Chunzong suddenly realized that the darkness in front of him seemed to have become more and more obvious. The tall figure standing in the dark void also slowly turned around and raised his arm that seemed to be able to cross the void. His 5 fingers were slightly bent, clasping the hilt of the sword. Every movement, even the subtle details, could be seen clearly. Soon after, the stalwart figure wielded his sword and swung it out. It looked like an ordinary slash, but in an instant, an endless amount of sword chi spread out. It swept out like a storm, directly enveloping everything in all directions. Vaguely, Chunzong seemed to hear a grand and ancient voice. The sword world. Chunzong was enveloped. He seemed to see countless sword chi transforming into vegetation, forests, rivers, and lakes. However, in just an instant, everything disappeared, leaving only the brightest and most resplendent sword chi directly piercing through the void and shooting toward him. Unable to dodge, Chinzong found that he could not dodge at all. His whole body seemed to have been frozen, whether it was his body, spirit, or mind. He could only watch helplessly as the sword aura approached him and shot into his glabella. Boom! As the sword chi shot into his glabella, Chunzong felt that his spirit, primordial spirit, and spirit sea seemed to have exploded, as if they had turned into a vast void, losing all consciousness. Everything seemed to be evolving on its own. After an unknown period of time, Chunzong regained consciousness. He quickly checked and found that he was intact. He could not help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Then, Chunzong found that his right hand was still holding the hilt of the huge black sword, but there was no suction force, and his palm could easily be detached from the hilt. The moment Chunzong's right hand left the hilt, the huge black sword trembled slightly, as if it was letting out its last sorrowful cry, and also a cry of relief. Its pitch-black color was turning gray, as if it had lost all its power and could not withstand the erosion of time. It was finally on the verge of disappearing and decaying. This was indeed the case. This sword was the sword of the dominator of the swordway of the underworld, moon-shocking wind in the Middle Ages. It had accompanied the dominator throughout his life and had an unfathomable divine power. Although it was lucky to have survived the catastrophe and survived to this day, it could only exist in the ancient netherworld ruins, struggling at death's door. As time passed, its power would gradually dissipate until it completely disappeared. Chunzong's arrival was a coincidence, but also shortened the power of its existence and accelerated the dissipation of its power. Especially in the end, after inheriting the sword world of the underworld moon-shocking wind, the last bit of power of the sword was exhausted. After losing the protection of that bit of power, the sword seemed to have experienced the erosion of time. It could no longer resist and quickly turned gray. With a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the gray body of the huge sword. A second crack sounded, and a second crack appeared. One crack after another appeared, and finally, it covered the entire body of the sword, densely connecting into one. Broken. The huge sword was broken. After carrying the swordway of the Middle Ages and carrying it on, it broke as if it had completed its mission. Looking at the broken sword, Chunzong was in a daze. There is a limit to human strength, and the catastrophe is endless. This sentence suddenly sounded in his ears again, as if the dominator of the swordway of the Middle Ages was whispering in front of him. This made Chunzong's heart feel heavy. Wholeheartedly cultivate, pursue the peak, and be invincible in the world. But in the end, even if all the strong enemies were defeated, so what? Chapter 2295. Shattered. Scattered. Then it turned into dust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The sword of the dominator of sword principles, which had survived the catastrophe of the Middle Ages, could not withstand the erosion of time. It completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. However, its inheritance was obtained by Chunzong. However, at this moment, Chunzong was in a daze. What was the point of cultivation? To live forever? To be invincible? The more profound one's cultivation was, the longer one's life would be. However, no matter how long one's life was, it would be difficult to resist the catastrophe. When the catastrophe came, one would be destroyed and buried together with the era. Was that living forever? Yes, it was. After all, one could live for many, many years. However, it was not, because it would end with the end of the era. In this case, what was the difference between a cultivator and an ordinary person? The so-called difference was that a cultivator could live longer than an ordinary person. However, the final result was the same, which was inevitable death. In this case, what was the point of painstakingly embarking on the road of cultivation, wandering between life and death time and time again, encountering all kinds of difficulties and setbacks time and time again? He might as well live his life peacefully like an ordinary person. He would find a woman he liked, start a family, have 2 cute children, and live his life peacefully and peacefully. Anyway, he could not avoid death in the end. So, what was the point of defeating one strong enemy after another? For example, Mingyue Jingfeng, who had stood tall in the Middle Ages, wielded his sword in the void, and was invincible, but in the end, he could not withstand the might of the calamity of the Little Ages and died, not to mention the Great Calamity. What about the catastrophe of the era? For a moment, Chunzong was at a loss. The devil's heart did not say anything. He could feel that Chunzong was in an unstable and confused state at this moment. The road of cultivation was not only about improving one's cultivation, but also the state of mind. Otherwise, it would be difficult to control one's own power, become arrogant, or sink into depression and doubt one's own cultivation. In the end, one's foundation would be destroyed. However, in this case, it was difficult for others to help. One could only rely on oneself. What was the point of cultivating so hard and even experiencing life and death? For immortality? That seemed to be the case. However, there was also a lot of confusion. They could not stop the might of the epic's calamity. In the end, longevity was not truly eternal. For invincibility? It seemed to be the case, but it also wasn't. So what if he defeated all powerful enemies? There was a limit to a person's strength, and the calamity was endless. Then, why should he cultivate? Should he continue cultivating? Tell me. Hurry up and tell me. Why do you want to cultivate? Was it necessary to endure all those hardships, setbacks, and deaths? In the beginning, why did I step onto the path of cultivation? In the beginning, why was I so obsessed with cultivation and becoming stronger? Longevity? Invincible? Yes, both. But is that the main reason? Was that my initial thought? Shunzong pondered slowly. He asked himself again and again, and his consciousness gradually sank into the past. In the beginning, he was very weak. He was born with weak qi and blood, so he had no chance to cultivate. At that time, he wanted to cultivate because he did not want to be bullied. He did not want his father and him to live a hard life. He did not want his father's old injury to be incurable. When everything was realized, he faced many powerful enemies. Only by constantly becoming stronger could he avoid being killed by powerful enemies and live a better life. He did not know when he gradually fell in love with that feeling. Every time he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, every time his swordsmanship improved, every time he defeated a powerful enemy. That was a kind of satisfaction that came from the heart. It had nothing to do with wealth or poverty, romance, or even life and death. Wielding a sword freely, repaying debts of gratitude and vengeance, coming and going as he wished, like invisible wind and clouds, and coming and going as he wished, in an instant. It was as if a heart lamp had been lit in his heart, like a lighthouse in the vast sea, guiding the way forward. Shunzong's confusion was gradually swept away. I cultivated for various reasons in the beginning. There are also various reasons in the process. There will also be various reasons in the future. But no matter what the reason is, there is only one core, and that is pleasure. Whether it was longevity or invincibility, it was not as good as being free and unfettered. Everyone would die, no matter what the reason was. Then, when he was alive, he should live according to his heart. He should live a wonderful and outstanding life so that he would not let this life down. The so-called Little Era catastrophe was also good. The era catastrophe was also good. So what if he could not survive it? Moreover, the late ancient era was still far from the end. It was also far from the arrival of the catastrophe. He still had many years to live. He could wander the void freely, enjoy the path of cultivation, and enjoy the life that belonged to him. Why should he worry so much? Besides, if he encountered an irresistible danger one day, he might die. He could not wait until the day of the catastrophe. Taking a step back, even an ordinary person would encounter natural and man-made disasters. At that time, if he did not have enough strength, how could he resist it? Wouldn't he regret it? Why didn't he pursue power properly? Everyone has their own fate, but since you have chosen, there is no need to regret. You can only pursue it wholeheartedly. Even if you can't see the result, the process is also beautiful, Chunzong said in the end. In an instant, the heart lamp lit up. All the confusion faded away like the night, and the day came, melting under the scorching sun. The mental power in Chun Zong's 13 heart palaces fluctuated like ripples in a lake. Layers of light spread out, as if a layer of divine brilliance had been added to it. Chun Zong could feel that his mental power was slowly becoming purer and stronger as the divine brilliance spread out and rippled. On the path of cultivation, you will encounter many difficulties, either external enemies or internal enemies. Moxion's voice rang out. He was happy that Chun Zong could break through the confusion and recover so quickly. This was not just a recovery, but a breakthrough that allowed his mental power to grow. Every time he broke through the barrier, it was a growth that broke through his own mind. It was a growth that belonged to the spiritual level, a kind of transformation. The road ahead was long. One had to sweep away the confusion and move forward firmly. Chun Zong exhaled a long breath, as if all the confusion had been flushed out. His mind became clearer and clearer. Immediately, Chun Zong began to organize the information that had entered his mind. It was the supreme inheritance of the Middle Ages' strongest sword dominator, Ming Yu Jing Feng. Sword World. The Sword World was a masterpiece created by Elysium's startling wind, a sword Dao dominator. After many years of constant tempering, defeating one powerful enemy after another, and finally integrating everything he had learned and absorbing the essence of it. Chun Zong felt dizzy as soon as he organized it. This sword world was too profound and unfathomable. The mysteries contained in it were indescribable. Chun Zong asked Moxian to protect him and directly activated the 10 essences of heart to comprehend it. The powerful mental power allowed Chun Zong to maintain the 4 essences of heart at all times. It was as if, after breaking through the mental barrier, his mental power seemed to have been cleansed and became purer. His recovery speed also increased. However, when he used the 10 essences of heart, the consumption of his mental power was still shocking. Fortunately, he had the second mind as a supplement, so he could persist for a longer time. Relying on the full comprehension of the 10 essences of heart, his super high comprehension ability, and his solid foundation of sword principle, Chun Zong continued to comprehend from 10 different perspectives. As they complemented each other, the efficiency of his comprehension soared by many times. Even though this was the case, Chun Zong still exhausted almost all of his mental strength before he was able to comprehend a little bit of it. This was very incredible. So far, Chun Zong had never encountered such a difficult mystery to comprehend. After recovering his mental power to its peak, Chun Zong once again activated the 10 essences of heart and continued to comprehend. In this way, it was not until the third time, when the 10 essences of heart almost exhausted his mental power, that Chun Zong truly comprehended some of the mysteries of the sword world and barely reached the beginner level. It was already so difficult to comprehend to the beginner level. If he wanted to continue, Chun Zong felt that his strength was insufficient. It was as if he was using 100 kilograms of strength to drag 1,000 kilograms or even a few thousand kilograms of weight. It was very difficult to drag. Chun Zong tried and found that even under the 10 essences of heart, he still could not comprehend the slightest bit. He could only give up temporarily. Barely reaching the beginner level was his limit at this time. However, with the improvement of his cultivation, the improvement of his realm, and the solid foundation of sword principle, he could continue to comprehend. 10,000 meters. After Chun Zong barely comprehended the beginner level, he looked at the prerequisite for cultivating the sword world and was stunned. He could not help but smile bitterly. The prerequisite for cultivating the sword world was a sword principle domain of 10,000 meters. In other words, if the sword principle domain was less than 10,000 meters, it was impossible to cultivate it, let alone the follow-up. Sure enough, it was the highest inheritance of the supreme sword principle dominator of the Middle Ages. Just the prerequisite for cultivating it was so difficult. However, it should be soon, Chun Zong thought to himself. The opportunity this time, the battles, the improvement of the foundation of sword principle, and so on also deepened his understanding of sword principle. Zong released the sword principal domain. In the blink of an eye, it reached a range of 6,000 meters. Then, it exceeded the limit and continued to expand. 6,100 meters, 6,200 meters, 6,300 meters. Not only was the distance expanding, but the power of the sword principal domain was also slowly increasing, becoming more and more powerful. 7,000 meters. In the end, the sword principal domain reached a range of 7,000 meters, which was 1,000 meters longer than before he entered the sword principal domain released by the hellish moonwind sword. Normally, this increase of 1,000 meters would take Zong a lot of time to slowly comprehend it. But now it was improved with just one opportunity. Of course, although it was just one opportunity, it was not ordinary. Only Zong, the person involved, knew the difficulties. However, no matter what, he had survived those crises, broken through the mental barrier, and obtained the opportunity. The path of sword principle was presented in front of him. Chapter 2296. In the ancient netherworld ruins, the probability of time was chaotic, and it was difficult to feel the passage of time. Zong also didn't deliberately take out the relevant tools, so he didn't know how long it had been since he had luckily escaped from the attack of the Dark Dweller and obtained the supreme inheritance of the supreme sword dominator of the Middle Ages. However, a lot of time should have passed. What was the situation at the entrance now? Was it still sealed? Or had the seal been lifted? Although he didn't fear the corrosion of the dark chi here, it wasn't suitable for him to cultivate. If he wanted to cultivate properly, he had to leave the ancient netherworld ruins. Zong decided to leave. When escaping, Zong lost consciousness, but Mo-Xian still clearly remembered the direction. Under Mo-Xian's guidance, Zong quickly approached the entrance. He restrained his aura and paid attention to all the movements in the surroundings, so as to avoid any accidents. However, along the way, other than the remnant terrifying aura in the void, he didn't discover anything else. Far away, Zong once again saw the dark vortex, which was slowly rotating. The dark dwellers who had sealed the dark vortex were gone, and there were no human cultivators. It was empty. Zong's pupils shrank to the size of needles because the ground below the dark vortex had been completely shattered and almost turned into dust. It was as if a large patch of black fog had filled the void. It seemed indescribably strange. However, Zong also discovered that the dust-like black fog was constantly condensing and becoming solid. Zong had experienced the hardness of the ancient netherworld ruins ground. Even if he used all his strength to attack, he could only cause a little damage. Even the attack of a high-level Dark Dweller could only cause more damage than him. Although the destructive power of the battle between senior Mo-Xian and a top-level Dark Dweller was very strong, it didn't shatter the ancient netherworld ruins ground into dust. This is a battle between dominators. Mo-Xian's words confirmed Zong's guess. So, there should be dominators of the human race who came and fought with the Dark Dweller, shattering the ground here and turning it into dust floating in the void. As for the outcome of the battle, it was unclear. Since a human sovereign realm expert had taken action and the transcendent Dark Dweller was nowhere to be seen, it was the best time to leave. His figure moved and transformed into a sword light. He exploded with astonishing speed and immediately shot towards the dark gray whirlpool. Due to the great battle between the Dominator rank experts, the ground was shattered into dust and the space was extremely unstable. When Zong used instant space sword escape, he only transformed into a sword light. He didn't dare to directly escape into the void. If an accident happened due to the instability of the space, it would be disastrous. Even though Zong did not escape into the void, his speed was still very fast. He quickly approached the dark vortex and rushed directly into the center of the dark vortex. In the next moment, Zong rushed out of the center of the dark vortex and appeared in the void. Finally, we're out. Zong muttered to himself and breathed a sigh of relief. Since the appearance of the transcendent Dark Dweller and the transcendent Dark Dweller, Zong's heart was filled with pressure. especially when the transcendent Dark Dweller's opponent attacked him. He almost died. Now, they had finally left the ancient Netherworld ruins. Even a transcendent Dark Dweller couldn't leave the ancient Netherworld ruins. Once they forcibly left the ancient Netherworld ruins and appeared in the void, their strength would dissipate at an astonishing speed. Once their strength had dissipated, their body would collapse because they couldn't integrate into the void. Of course, if the Dark Dwellers wanted to, they could still forcibly leave the ancient Netherworld ruin and appear in the void. Then, they could return to the ancient Netherworld ruin before their power dissipated. In this way, they wouldn't have to worry about their lives. However, the consequences were also very serious. It would leave irreversible damage. The more power dissipated, the greater the damage. Therefore, the Dark Dwellers didn't want to leave the ancient Netherworld ruin at all. Taking out the Void airship, Chunzong opened the star map and found the location of the Sacred Ice Palace. He then opened the Void airship and quickly flew in the direction of the Sacred Ice Palace. This was the Void Belt. It was impossible to travel through the Void. Only after leaving the Void Belt and entering the true Void could one travel through the Void and arrive at the Sacred Ice Palace faster. This was a promise and also a yearning. What was the purpose of cultivation? To repay kindness and revenge, to be free and unfettered with the sword, to follow one's heart. The Sacred Ice Palace was one of the few top forces in the Void. It was a tyrannical existence, second only to the 4 great holy lands. It had a deep foundation and powerful strength. It was no small matter. The Sacred Ice Palace was located on a transcendent star. That star was incomparably huge, blue and white. As it rotated, it released an astonishing chill, as if the surrounding void was frozen. It was like a star condensed from countless solid ice and frost. Looking from afar in this dark void, there was a kind of breathtaking magnificence, magnificent and incomparably exquisite. Although it was a star, its appearance was different from ordinary stars. Ordinary stars were round, but the Ice Saint star of the Ice Saint Palace was different. Due to the stretching of the star rings around it, it looked like a huge ice dragon was circling around it. Some of the star rings even turned into the figure of a phoenix as they chased after the ice dragon, protecting the entire star. The silhouettes of the ice dragon and ice phoenix were not only the rings around Ice Saint Planet, but they were also created by the top experts of Ice Saint Palace with great power. They were also integrated into the formation of the Void to protect Ice Saint Planet. The Sacred Ice Palace was divided into the Ice Dragon Way and the Ice Phoenix Way. The people of the Ice Dragon Way were all men, while the people of the Ice Phoenix Way were all women. It was a clear distinction. The Ice Dragon Way was located in the east of the Sacred Ice Planet, while the Ice Phoenix Way was located in the west. However, there was a void gate between them, which could be used to cross over in the shortest amount of time. However, ordinary disciples didn't have the right to use the Dragon Phoenix Void Gate. The difference in treatment was the same everywhere. The Dragon Phoenix Void Gate stood tall, surrounded by ice dragons and ice phoenixes. It was lifelike and exuded an indescribable majesty. Suddenly, the Void Gate lit up and rippled like water. Then, a figure walked out of the Void Gate with his hands behind his back. Then, 2 more people walked out of the Void Gate. The one with his hands behind his back was a young man. He had an imposing appearance and a disdainful look in his eyes. He wore a deep blue robe with dragon patterns, which made him look luxurious and noble. The blue dragon patterns on it looked very lively. His eyes seemed to be alive, faintly emanating a trace of dominance and majesty. Senior Brother A.O. That's Senior Brother A.O. Shenwang. Senior Brother A.O. Shenwang, the number 1 secret disciple of the Ice Dragon Way, who has the bloodline of the Ice Dragon. Seeing the tall young man with deep blue dragon patterns walking over with his hands behind his back, the disciples of the Ice Phoenix Way all exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with shock, excitement, and admiration. In the Sacred Ice Palace, the Ice Dragon Way gathered the men, while the Ice Phoenix Way gathered the women. Many cultivators would find suitable partners to cultivate together and explore the mysteries of cultivation and the Void Gate together. The Sacred Ice Palace even had a rule that all disciples of the Sacred Ice Palace would first choose a disciple of the Sacred Ice Palace as their partner. Then, the suitable partner for the disciples of the Ice Dragon Way would naturally be a disciple of the Ice Phoenix Way. The disciples of the Ice Dragon Way couldn't find another disciple of the Ice Dragon Way as their partner, right? In other places, there might be people of the same gender who could become partners and explore the mysteries of the Great Tao together. But in the Sacred Ice Palace, that kind of thing would be seen as a violation of human relations and disgraceful, and would be directly beaten to death. Ao Shenwang was the most outstanding disciple of the Ice Dragon Way. Although he wasn't a Taoist of the Ice Dragon Way yet, with his ability, there was no obstacle for him to become a Taoist. It was just that the election for the Taoists of the Ice Dragon Way and the Ice Phoenix Way hadn't started yet. Now, in addition to being the #1 secret disciple of the Ice Dragon Way, Ao Shenwang was also the #1 preparatory Taoist. Soon, he would become a true Taoist of the Ice Dragon Way. Ao Shenwang's handsome appearance, excellent talent, high status, bright future, and family background made him better than many people. The Ao clan he came from was the largest clan on Ice Saint Planet, and his grandfather was a Tao master of the Ice Dragon Path. It could be said that Ao Shenwang was the pride of the heavens, a worthy pride of the heavens. Such a person naturally became the most perfect partner in the hearts of the women of the Ice Phoenix Way. What was a Taoist partner? In a broad sense, it was a partner who could explore the mysteries of the Great Tao together, a partner whom they could trust completely, and a life and death partner. It wasn't a simple relationship of husband and wife. It could be brothers or other forms of address. But in most cases, a Taoist partner was still a man and a woman. When a man and a woman worked together, it wouldn't be tiring. The uniqueness of the Sacred Ice Palace made it a rule that for a Taoist partner, the Ice Dragon Way could only look for the Ice Phoenix Way, and the Ice Phoenix Way could only look for the Ice Dragon Way. The new life born from them would be more outstanding and more suitable for the inheritance of the Sacred Ice Palace. Only in this way could the Sacred Ice Palace become stronger. However, Ao Shenwang wasn't interested in most of the disciples of the Ice Phoenix Way at all. Senior brother Ao. When the female disciples of the Ice Phoenix Way saw Ao Shenwang walking over, they all bowed and smiled, showing their most beautiful charm, hoping to attract Ao Shenwang's attention and let him take a second look at them. Greetings, junior sisters. Ao Shenwang smiled slightly, but his eyes were looking straight ahead, as if there was nothing but emptiness. He didn't even look at anyone. The two middle-aged men behind him were expressionless. They stood a certain distance away from Ao Shenwang and followed him. They were the bodyguards that the family arranged for him. A terrifying aura shrouded him and spread out, spreading in all directions. The crowd didn't dare to speak for a while. In the blink of an eye, Ao Shenwang left the place with the two bodyguards and walked towards the Ice Phoenix Way. As expected of senior brother Ao, he's so imposing. If I can become senior brother Ao's Taoist partner, I'm willing to even lose my lifespan. The group of female disciples looked at Ao Shenwang's back as he left, and they were all infatuated. She had too much personality, too imposing, and too mesmerizing. I really don't know who can catch senior brother Ao's eyes and be chosen as his Taoist partner. Chapter 2297. In the Ice Phoenix Path, Yunyanxin had already converted all the potential of the Tianming fruit into cultivation. Her aura was even stronger than before. I should find a chance to enter the ancient Netherworld ruins again and pick more Tianming fruits. Yunyanxin thought, I wonder how Chunzong is now. Is he still in the ancient Netherworld ruins? Thinking like this, longing surged out like a tide and was hard to control. Yunyanxin had the urge to immediately head to the ancient Netherworld ruins and look for Chunzong. When she left White Cloud Mountain by chance and entered the void to become a disciple of the Ice Sacred Palace's Ice Phoenix Path, Yun Yanxin didn't know when she would be able to see Chunzong again. She only had one thought hidden deep in her heart. But when she met Chunzong again not long ago, she couldn't wait to be with him for a long time. It was a kind of longing that came from the depths of her heart, a kind of dependence that came from both White Cloud Mountain. No matter what, in the entire White Cloud Mountain, and even the entire Lingwu sacred world, she and Chunzong were the most familiar. It was the same in the void. But Yun Yanxin was also very clear that her cultivation was insufficient and her strength was still weak. If she continued to stay in the ancient netherworld ruins with Chunzong, she would only be a burden. It was better to return to the Ice Phoenix path and cultivate properly, trying her best to increase her strength. Dozens of Tianming fruits were indeed helpful in awakening her bloodline, although it couldn't be compared to the awakening pill of the Ice Sacred Palace. It still awakened her bloodline a little. And with the awakening of her bloodline, her cultivation also increased, and her strength also increased a little. Just as Yun Yanxin, who was planning to head to the entrance of the ancient netherworld ruins to see if she could meet Chunzong, a few figures walked towards her. The leader was a handsome young man with a dignified appearance. He wore a deep blue robe with dragon patterns. His eyes seemed to flicker like stars, and his aura was deep and vast, majestic and domineering. "Greetings, Senior Brother Ao." Yun Yanxin bowed slightly. In the Ice Sacred Palace, Yun Yanxin's position couldn't be compared to Ao Shenwang. "Sister Nian Xin, you've come to greet me." Ao Shenwang spoke to Yun Yanxin with a smile on his face. His eyes flickered with a strange light as he stared at Yun Yanxin. There was an indescribable passion in his eyes. This kind of gaze made Yun Yanxin feel uncomfortable. However, this was also what many female disciples of the Ice Phoenix sect pursued and envied. "Senior Brother Ao, you misunderstand." Yun Yanxin didn't feel happy, excited, or honored because of this. Instead, she replied very seriously, "Also, Senior Marshal Brother Ao, please call me Junior Marshal Sister You from now on. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Yun Yanxin walked past Ao Shenwang, whose body and expression were frozen stiff, and quickly headed out. Ao Shenwang did not turn his head back. Instead, his eyebrows twitched slightly. An indescribable fury was about to erupt from his body. At that moment, an incomparably ferocious glint shot out from his eyes. A terrifying aura was about to erupt from his body, but it only lasted for an instant. That aura was retracted into his body, and it didn't burst out at all. The ferocious and fierce expression on Ao Shenwang's face was also like an illusion. It never appeared before, and he returned to his seemingly elegant yet domineering appearance. "Senior Marshal Brother Ao, are you here for me?" In front of him, a figure gracefully landed in front of Ao Shenwang like a butterfly. Her figure was graceful, and her light pink clothes perfectly accentuated her tall and slender figure. Her waist was slender, and her body seemed to sway in the wind, just like 100 flowers blooming at the same time. Beautiful beyond compare. No, the smile on Ao Shenwang's face was completely gone. He replied with a stiff tone. Then, he ignored the beautiful woman, turned around, and strode away with his hands behind his back. The beautiful woman's dazzling smile that was like 100 flowers blooming on her face instantly froze and turned into an icy coldness. Who was she? She was the #1 secret manual of the Ice Phoenix Path, the most powerful competitor for the Ice Phoenix Path's Taoist. Once the Taoist selection began, she had an 80 to 90% chance of winning the Taoist position. In the Ice Dragon Path, there were countless proud sons of heaven who admired her and wanted to become her Taoist companion to explore the mysteries of the great Tao together. However, she didn't like any of them because she was in love with Ao Shenwang. Moreover, she had also indirectly expressed her admiration for Ao Shenwang, hoping to explore the mysteries of the great Tao together with him. But unfortunately, Ao Shenwang had tactfully rejected her. This time, he was so direct, so stiff, and so indifferent. He didn't have any of the cheerful and witty manner he used to have. "Yun Yanxin, it's all your fault." A voice full of hatred, like a cold wind from hell, froze the surroundings. Actually, she just happened to see part of the scene just now. When Yunyin left, she just happened to arrive. The reason why it was so coincidental was that when A.O. Shenwang entered the Ice Phoenix path, someone had already sent her a message. She hurriedly ended her cultivation and rushed over to create a coincidental encounter. A coincidental encounter. How beautiful it was, but the result was infuriating. The person who caused all of this was undoubtedly that person called Yunyin. Yunyin took out the mid-grade void-flying ship and was about to enter it. Wait! A cold shout suddenly sounded. Then, Yunyin saw a pink flowing light that flew through the air. Its speed was extremely fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. It was hard for him to dodge, but in addition to the extreme speed, there was also an indescribable mystery. The moment the voice sounded, the figure also flew in front of him. Greetings, eldest senior sister. Yunyin hurriedly bowed when he saw her. Junior sister Yunyin, you're very good. Hong Feng's tyrannical aura spread out as she charged directly at Yunyin. The faint image of a red, butterfly-winged bird was faintly condensed, suppressing the surroundings. It had both the suppression of cultivation realm and the suppression of bloodline awakened. Yunyin expression changed unconsciously. She only felt the double pressure pressing down on her, as if it was going to destroy her. She couldn't help but clench her teeth and mobilize the power of her cultivation. She even mobilized the power of her bloodline that hadn't been fully awakened to resist. However, Hongfeng's cultivation was at the mid-level of the Yuanming realm, and her bloodline had been fully awakened. In terms of cultivation and bloodline power, Yunyin couldn't compare to her. The pressure that Yunyin had to endure was unimaginable. Hongfeng's face was ferocious, and her eyes flickered with a cold light. Her aura frantically spread out and constantly rushed forward, like raging waves crashing against the shore, layer after layer, as if it was endless. She didn't directly erupt with her full strength. Instead, she strengthened it layer by layer in order to teach Yunyin a lesson. She wanted her to understand what it meant to be unstoppable and what it meant to be in despair. Of course, she didn't dare to directly kill Yunyin because this was the Ice Phoenix path. In the Sacred Ice Palace, no one was allowed to kill other direct disciples, not even elders. No matter what reason they had, it was still forbidden. Moreover, Yunyin bloodline potential wasn't ordinary. It seemed to be the bloodline of the Ice Flame Sky Phoenix, which was of a higher level than her own bloodline. It had greater potential and had already attracted the attention of the powerhouses of the Ice Phoenix path. Once her bloodline awakened, she would receive even more attention. Her aura was so strong that it exceeded Yunyin tolerance level. Yunyin felt that she couldn't hold on any longer, as if she was about to be defeated. It was extremely unbearable. Eldest senior sister, why? Yunyin asked with difficulty. One of her eyes unconsciously closed, while the other was barely open. She and Hongfeng had never had any conflicts. In fact, they rarely even met. Why was she acting like this the moment she arrived? It was as if she was treating her as an enemy. She couldn't understand. Why? The evil smile on Hongfeng's face became even more obvious. The cold light in her eyes was like a demon's, as if she wanted to tear Yunyin to shreds. Yunyin gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. This terrifying power seemed to want to destroy her body. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth, Hongfeng said again. Hongfeng spoke again. Her voice was even sharper than before. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sharp cry of a phoenix. It was extremely loud, as if it wanted to pierce Yunyin eardrums. This aura wasn't concealed. It quickly spread out and alerted the other disciples of the Ice Phoenix sect. They all rushed over. What's going on? Isn't that eldest senior sister Hongfeng? Who's the other one? It's junior sister Yunyin. Why would eldest senior sister attack junior sister Yu? The disciples of the Ice Phoenix sect were all astonished. She must have overestimated herself and offended eldest senior sister. Bai Songdai sneered. Ever since the three of them had encountered danger in the ancient Netherworld ruins, she had asked her two junior sisters to stay behind and resist the danger while she took the opportunity to escape. Even though she had used the excuse of calling for reinforcements, it wasn't very convincing. Yun Yinxin and Li Jiayin were very obvious. They didn't believe her words. Moreover, that reason was just an excuse. Even she didn't believe it. Since they had shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need to pretend that they were on good terms. Of course, she would hit them when they were down. Bai Songdia's thoughts turned rapidly. She knew that Yun Yinxin had received the attention of a group of high-level experts in the Ice Phoenix sect. However, because the power of Yun Yinxin's bloodline hadn't fully awakened, the attention she received was relatively small. Once it was awakened, the attention she received would greatly increase and her status would obviously rise. At that time, she might even have to look up to her. In the current situation, looking up to her would make her feel uncomfortable. Therefore, it would be best if she could find an opportunity to belittle her and hit her when she was down. It would be best if she could prevent her bloodline from ever awakening. That way, she would never be able to receive the attention of the high-level experts. Hearing Bai Songdia's words, some disciples who were secretly jealous of Yun Yinxin also chimed in one after another, as if it was true. Sometimes, one didn't need to use one's hands to hurt someone. One only needed to move one's mouth. These voices were transmitted to Hong Feng and Yun Yinxin's ears without any concealment. Yun Yinxin's heart was extremely uncomfortable. Hong Feng's expression became increasingly cold. There was a faint trace of complacency in her eyes. Her goal was very obvious. That was to create enough noise to attract everyone's attention. Chapter 2298. Kneel! Hong Feng let out a stern cry. In an instant, her tyrannical cultivation aura and bloodline aura completely erupted. Like a tsunami, like a landslide, it was extremely terrifying. Even the disciples of the Ice Phoenix sect, who were far away, could feel that astonishing might. Such a shocking aura attack seemed to want to directly defeat, shatter, and destroy him. If he were to kneel on the spot, it would be difficult for him to raise his head in the Ice Phoenix way from then on. His future cultivation would also be greatly affected, and he would not be able to participate in the so-called preparatory Dao Child, or even the competition between Dao children. He couldn't kneel. Erupt. He used all his strength to completely erupt. The power of his bloodline that had yet to fully awaken was also completely stimulated. At this time, he could no longer care about the damage to his foundation if he forcefully stimulated his bloodline power. Even so, Yun Yinxin found it difficult to resist. The difference between their cultivation and bloodlines was too great. Suppression. This was a complete suppression. Under this kind of suppression, Yun Yinxin's body trembled as if he was about to be crushed. His body couldn't help but bend, and his legs gradually bent. He clenched his teeth so hard that blood seeped out. He relied on his extremely firm and tempered belief and willpower to hold on. However, he could only hold on for a while. Some people couldn't bear it, but some people felt happy. For example, Bai Songdia's eyes flickered with a kind of sinister delight. It was as if he was the one who wanted to force Yun Yinxin to kneel. Kneel! 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 Bai Songdi muttered in a voice that only he could hear. He couldn't hold on. Yun Yinxin couldn't hold on any longer. He felt dizzy, and everything in front of him seemed to become distorted and blurry. It was as if there was a low, demonic chant in his ears. His body gradually became weak, and his strength was also rapidly draining away. Impudent! Suddenly, an explosive shout sounded. It was as if divine thunder had split the heavens and earth apart. It carried an incomparably terrifying might that could destroy everything as it descended. It was as if vast and mighty divine thunder resounded in all directions. Vaguely, Yun Yinxin seemed to hear the melodious sound of a sword. It was like the sound of a god under the blue sky that traversed the past and present. He could vaguely see a flicker of sword light descending from the 9 heavens, tearing through space and time. That sword light was like a falling meteor, descending with a terrifying might that could destroy the world. At that moment, Yunyanqin sensed that the double pressure that had enveloped him and attempted to crush him and make him kneel down was struck directly by a terrifying sword pressure, pierced through, tore apart, and shattered without being able to resist at all. The sword in the air pierced through the heavens and the earth. Murderous intent, and murderous aura fused into one. His entire strength erupted, traversing the heavens and the earth, piercing through space and time to kill. This sword strike was merciless. When the sword pressure dispersed the aura, Hong Feng's expression changed drastically. She raised her head and saw a wisp of extremely resplendent light descend like the sun. It was boundless and filled the heavens and the earth. The might of the sword was shocking to the extreme, and it was as if everything before would be pierced through, crushed, and reduced to nothingness. There was no person, no sword. There was only light. The resplendent sword light that carried a myriad of murderous intents was so dazzling that one couldn't look directly at it. Hong Feng's expression changed drastically. She narrowed her eyes as her essence, energy, and spirit were directly locked onto. It made her feel as if she couldn't avoid this sword strike no matter what she did, even if she fled to the ends of the earth. Since she couldn't avoid it, she could only erupt with all her strength to resist. This was because she could feel an extreme, murderous intent from this sword strike. It was a killing intent. It was as if the person who unleashed this sword strike had an unerasable enmity with her. Erupt. As the #1 secret technique of the Ice Phoenix Path, Hong Feng erupted with tyrannical cultivation power. The power of a mid-level Yuanming cultivator erupted without reservation. Immediately after, the power of her body seemed to ignite as the faint image of a phoenix soared into the sky. Secret technique. After using the secret technique, the power of her cultivation soared once again. Then, she took the third step and completely stimulated the power of her bloodline. A sharp and resounding voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Hong Feng's body emitted boundless aura as she soared into the sky and transformed into a pair of scarlet wings. She looked like the fusion of a giant butterfly and a phoenix. As her wings flapped, the subtle fluctuations of her feathers could be clearly seen. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were real. Bloodline, red-winged butterfly. Although the red-winged butterfly wasn't a phoenix, it possessed part of the phoenix bloodline. In the void, it was considered a rather high-grade bloodline. In the Ice Phoenix Path, it was second only to the bloodline of the Ice Flame Sky Phoenix. Her combat power was fully unleashed. The red-winged butterfly was burning. Blue flames filled every part of her body. She didn't hold back at all because she didn't dare. Although she couldn't see the figure of that sword strike, the might of the sword made her realize that if she didn't resist it with all her strength, she might be killed instantly. Perishing flames. As Hong Feng shouted, the power that had gathered in her body suddenly turned into a huge dark blue flame that resembled a pair of wings. It emitted an endless icy aura as it soared into the sky. The dark blue flame that resembled a pair of huge wings carried an astonishing power that could destroy and freeze everything as it soared into the sky like a giant phoenix. It let out an incomparably resounding shriek that seemed to be able to shatter the void. This was Hong Feng's strongest attack. Its power had reached the 8-star level. As the #1 secret technique of the Ice Phoenix Path, Hong Feng's cultivation had already reached the peak of the mid-level of the Yuan Underworld stage. She was only a step away from the high level of the Yuan Underworld stage. In addition, the inheritance of the Ice Phoenix Path was very profound. Her talent was also very high. When she cultivated to the peak of her current level, her combat power had already reached the 6-star level. She had unleashed her secret technique and the full power of her bloodline. She had used all her means to unleash this attack to reach the 8-star level. However, Hong Feng could only unleash this attack once. After that, she would be exhausted. Even her powerful bloodline power would be weakened, and it would be difficult for her to recover in a short period of time. This was the price she had to pay. It was the price she had to pay to unleash her power in an instant. The sword light shot down from the 9 heavens and pierced through the 9 hells. In an instant, it collided with the dark blue phoenix of the perishing flames. In just an instant, the sword light pierced through the phoenix's head like a hot knife through butter. It continued to pierce through the phoenix and then defeated it. After defeating the phoenix, the power of the sword light was greatly weakened. However, it did not disappear completely. It still carried an extreme killing intent as it shot down from the sky towards Hong Feng. She could not block it. She could not dodge it. Hong Feng could only watch as the sword light pierced through the sky. In the next moment, it would pierce through her head and kill her. Hong Feng, who had unleashed that attack, was already exhausted. She could not do anything else and could only wait for her death. She was unwilling. She was extremely unwilling and puzzled. Who exactly was this? Why did he attack her the moment he appeared? Don't kill her. Just as the sword light broke through the perishing flames and shot towards Hong Feng, Yun Yinxin reacted and hurriedly shouted. Yun Yinxin recognized the person, or rather, he could feel it through the aura. It was Chenzong. It was also Chenzong who had unleashed that sure-kill attack. Hong Feng would definitely die under that attack. However, Hong Feng could not die. At least, she could not die under Chenzong's sword in the Ice Phoenix Road. Otherwise, Chenzong would be in great trouble. Even if Chenzong was a true disciple of Will Heavenly Palace, it was useless. Although Will Heavenly Palace was a sacred ground and stronger than Holy Ice Palace, it would not be justifiable to kill their secret disciple in their territory. Moreover, she was the #1 secret disciple with outstanding talent and potential. Therefore, Yun Yinxin had no choice but to speak out to stop Chenzong. It did not matter whether Hong Feng died or not. What was important was that nothing happened to Chenzong. If he killed Hong Feng here and was killed by an Ice Phoenix Road expert, it would be terrible. Even Will Heavenly Palace would not be able to save him. Yun Yinxin's words caused the sword light to pause. The newcomer was Chenzong. Although he had unleashed a sure-kill attack, he had not lost his mind. Yun Yinxin was thinking for Chenzong. Similarly, Chenzong had to think for Yun Yinxin. This was not a good place to kill this person, nor was it a good time. In an instant, Chenzong's thoughts raced, and he immediately straightened out everything. However, he could avoid the death penalty, but he could not escape punishment. The sure-kill sword light struck Hong Feng's chest. Its shocking sharpness turned vigorous in an instant, as if a giant hammer had struck. Hong Feng was sent flying with a bang. Blood spurted from her mouth and splattered across the sky. Her chest had caved in from the impact. The sword aura had seeped in her body and wreaked havoc. It was as if thousands of swords were slicing and dicing her body. It was as if Red Fang's body was being sliced into countless pieces. She was severely injured. Hong Feng was severely injured. The injury would not be fatal, but it would torment her so much that she would not be able to recover in a short time. Of course, if there was a down master involved, it would not take long for her to be tortured. This was something that could not be helped. However, it was enough to teach her a lesson that she would never forget. The change happened too quickly. First, eldest senior sister wanted Yun Yinxin to kneel down under her pressure. When Yun Yinxin was about to collapse, a sword light that was as bright as the real sun suddenly descended from the sky. It defeated eldest senior sister Hong Feng's all-out attack with unparalleled terrifying power. Yun Yinxin's voice stopped her from killing eldest senior sister Hong Feng, but she was still severely injured. She kept vomiting blood. Too fast. Everything happened too fast. It happened so fast that no one could react. It had already happened and ended. Everyone was still in shock. In an instant, something strange happened. Frigid wind whistled as an earth-shaking roar echoed through the surroundings. Immediately afterwards, a huge, dark blue phoenix with a wingspan of 10,000 meters condensed in the distance. As it flapped its wings, it erupted with shocking speed as it rapidly approached. At the same time, a tremendous, icy-cold pressure swept over. Then, a figure appeared. It seemed to be the figure of an old woman. Her expression was extremely cold. and her eyes were shining with cold light, as if they could freeze everything. Chapter 2299. It was a finger that seemed to be burning with fine blue flames. The blue flames flickered like candlelight and looked very weak, as though they would be extinguished by a gust of wind. However, they were extremely tenacious and wouldn't be affected in the slightest, even if heaven and earth collapsed. Under the blue flames, the finger was as sparkling and translucent as a blue crystal. A casual finger pierced through the empty space while a voice that was filled with anger and murderous intent shot out. This finger might appear simple, but it seemed to have caused the surrounding space to freeze the moment it was pointed out. It was so fast that everyone's vision, perception, and everything else couldn't keep up. Their perception was distorted, and they felt as though time and space had stopped. However, that wasn't the case yet. Time and space were still flowing and operating. The power required to cause time and space to truly freeze was too great. Chunzong only felt that he had been imprisoned by an extremely terrifying power in an instant. He was imprisoned in the void and couldn't move. The omnipresent pressure suppressed his body and even his spirit from all directions. Even his spirit seemed to be imprisoned, and his ability to think was reduced to the extreme. He wanted to dodge, but couldn't. His body didn't seem to belong to him. He wanted to counterattack, but couldn't because he couldn't mobilize his own power. In the next moment, he would be pierced and his body would shatter, his spirit would disperse, and his spirit would be destroyed. He would die. However, Chunzong did not show the slightest bit of fear or nervousness. His gaze was calm as he stared at the old woman who had pierced through the air with her finger. This calmness caused the old woman to be secretly surprised, but she did not stop. This was a Tao Venerate level attack. Even if she didn't use her full strength, it was still at the level of a Tao Venerate. It was so powerful that it could easily kill a transcendent powerhouse. Even a 12-star transcendent powerhouse wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone a Yuan underworld powerhouse. The finger pointed at Chunzong's forehead mercilessly. She wanted to destroy Chunzong's spirit. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and a godlike figure appeared in front of Chunzong. It gently waved its right arm forward, and a pitch-black blade light slashed out as though it was tearing through the void. It was a casual attack, but the moment it collided with the finger, it directly destroyed the blue flames burning on the finger. There seemed to be a sharp sound of metal clashing that spread like ripples under the surface of the void. The one who had intercepted the finger was Chunzong's condensed god Demon Heart. After intercepting the finger, Demon Heart didn't continue to attack. He was very rational. This was the boundary of the Ice Sacred Palace, and his battle strength was only at the level of a 4-star Tao Venerate. Even if he went all out, he wouldn't be able to increase. There were quite a few Tao Sovereign-level experts in the Ice Phoenix Road. If an intense battle really broke out, it would definitely attract even more Tao Sovereigns. Who are you? The old woman didn't attack again after her finger was destroyed. Instead, she stared at Demon Heart with a cold glint in her eyes. She felt that the figure in front of her didn't seem like a human, but it also seemed like a human. The nature of his power was somewhat strange and unpredictable. She couldn't see through him. However, she was certain that he was at the level of a Tao Venerate. Once a Tao Venerate fought, the destruction caused would be very shocking. My name is Demon Heart. I am the protector of Heart Heavenly Palace's true disciple, Chunzong. Demon Heart replied calmly. His words weren't completely true, but there was no need for him to go into such detail. Heart Heavenly Palace's true disciple. The old woman's eyes narrowed, and she was secretly shocked. Heart Heavenly Palace was the #1 sacred ground in the void and the strongest force. However, the number of disciples it had couldn't be compared to many other forces because it was too difficult to become a disciple of Heart Heavenly Palace. As such, Heart Heavenly Palace placed more importance on their true disciples than other sacred grounds. The fact that Chunzong had a Tao Venerate as his protector meant that his status in Heart Heavenly Palace wasn't low. In fact, it was very high. The more attention he received from Heart Heavenly Palace, the more important he was. If she had really killed Chenzong, Heart Heavenly Palace wouldn't have let the matter rest. It wouldn't be a good thing for the Ice Phoenix path, and even worse for her. The two didn't hide their conversation, so the other disciples of the Ice Phoenix path heard it and were all shocked. A true disciple of Heart Heavenly Palace. Heart Heavenly Palace was the #1 sacred ground in the void and was much stronger than Sacred Ice Palace. However, the number of true disciples they had was even fewer than many Starfield-level forces. This made each of their true disciples seem more outstanding. It was also due to the fact that Heart Heavenly Palace's true disciples were few and far between. Who would have thought that a true disciple of Heart Heavenly Palace would show up and display such incredible strength and defeat their eldest senior sister, Hongfeng, in a single blow? To the disciples of the Ice Phoenix path, this was undoubtedly a very shocking event. "It's him." Bai Songgye's eyes flashed with an obscure cold light that carried traces of hatred. The events of the ancient Hadean ruins were still fresh in her mind. In her eyes, it was a humiliation. What business does a true disciple of Heart Heavenly Palace have in our Ice Phoenix path? Though the old woman was surprised, she didn't lose her composure. Instead, her expression was cold and harsh, making it clear that she didn't welcome him and kept him at arm's length. After all, the disciple she was so proud of was severely injured. As a protective master, she couldn't bring herself to be happy. Reporting to Red Crane Dao Venerate, "This person is here for junior sister Yunyanshin." Bai Songdai was the first to speak. "This person has an unusual relationship with junior sister Yunyanshin." Bai Songdai emphasized the words unusual as if she was trying to imply something. "Senior sister Yunyanshin and I entered the same sect a long time ago," Chenzong said unhurriedly. Chenzong more or less understood some of the rules of the Ice Sacred Palace. In order to avoid making things difficult for Yunyanshin, Chenzong gave such an explanation. This was the truth. "Yes, I don't think it's as simple as being fellow disciples." Bai Songgye's voice became sharper and sharper, as if she wanted to put Yunyanshin in a desperate situation. "Yunyanshin, is what he said true?" Red Crane Dao Venerate immediately looked at Yunyanshin. His gaze was oppressive as he questioned her coldly. Reporting to Red Crane Dao Venerate, "Chenzong and I were indeed from the same sect in the past." Though Yunyanshin was somewhat oppressed, she didn't back down, nor was she afraid. In fact, there was even a hint of determination. "Now, Chenzong is my Dao companion." Impudent. Red Crane Dao Venerate, who seemed to have angered the heavens, flew into a rage. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted, and an incomparably terrifying and sharp shrill soared into the sky. It was as if it wanted to tear the sky apart and tear everything apart. "How dare you?" Hongfeng had already stood up. Where her master, Red Crane Dao Venerate, arrived, a stream of pure energy surged into her body, suppressing the rampaging sword chi in her body and then shattering it. Now, Hongfeng, who had taken a pill, had recovered a little. Cooperating with her master's rage, she said with a stern expression, "The rules of the Ice Sacred Palace are very strict. There are clear rules that state that Ice Phoenix Dao disciples can only choose a Dao companion from within the Ice Dragon Dao. They can't choose an outsider. You're just a direct disciple. How dare you violate the rules of the palace?" With one sentence, she directly pushed Yunyanshin to the point of violating the palace rules, as if she was going to commit treason. For a moment, everyone's gazes seemed to become strange, as if they were filled with blame. Yunyanshin's face turned pale. "Men, capture Yunyanshin and imprison him in the ice prison for 100 years as a warning to others." Red Crane Dao Venerate immediately gave the order, his tone extremely cold and harsh. "Imprison him in the ice prison for 100 years. In an instant, the expressions of all the Ice Phoenix Dao disciples changed drastically. The ice prison was a place within the Ice Sacred Palace used to punish those who violated the palace rules. It was like a prison, but it was even more terrifying than an ordinary prison. In the ice prison, one's cultivation strength would be suppressed, and they would be ravaged by the bitter cold at every moment. They could still hold on for a short period of time, but after a long time, they would feel extremely uncomfortable. They would wither away and live a life worse than death. In the end, they would even be unable to hold on and commit suicide. In short, if they were imprisoned in the ice prison for 100 years, they would basically be crippled. Yunyinxin's face grew paler. Wait! A cold voice, as sharp as a sword's edge, pierced through the sky like a ray of icy sword light and arrived in an instant. The shocking icy sword intent made everyone feel as if they had been frozen and pierced through, especially the disciples who were about to capture Yunyinxin. Their bodies turned cold as if an ice sword was suspended in the air. It seemed that if they continued to move, the sword suspended above their heads would fall and pierce through them, killing them on the spot. Red Crane Dao Venerate's expression changed when he heard the two words. He was inwardly furious, but he did not do anything else. A deep blue sword light arrived, and a figure appeared within the sword light. The sword light was filled with endless icy intent, but it was as insufferably arrogant as the brilliance of the sun. This person was wearing ice blue battle armor that fit her body. That battle armor appeared to have been transformed from a blue phoenix, causing her tall and slender figure to appear extremely beautiful. She wore a phoenix crown on her head, and her face was covered with frost. Her eyebrows were like the edge of a sword, while her eyes revealed an incomparably sharp iciness. A single glance seemed to be able to pierce through one's heart. She seemed to be very young, but at the same time, she did not seem young. Yunyinxin only recognized him as a candidate for a Taoist companion, but they are not Taoist companions yet. She did not violate the rules of the palace. The voice of the woman with the phoenix crown and phoenix armor was filled with endless sharpness and coldness. The disciples, including Senior Sister Red Phoenix, did not dare to refute her. If there are signs, it means there is a possibility. Red Crane Dao Venerate stared at her. What do you think, Dao Venerate Lan Ning? If there is, then there is. If there is, then there is. Dao Venerate Lan Ning's gaze was extremely sharp, like a sword light that pierced through the air. She stared at Red Crane Dao Venerate as if she wanted to pierce through him. Then, she looked at Yunyinxin. Yunyinxin, tell her, is there a possibility? Reporting to Dao Venerate Lan Ning, there is no possibility yet, Yunyinxin said, and then silently added in her heart, but I only recognize him. Disperse. Dao Venerate Lan Ning's gaze swept over the disciples of the Ice Phoenix sect and left one after another. Chapter 2300. Monthly votes, monthly votes. Please give me some monthly votes at the beginning of the month. Dao Master Lan Ning left. Before she left, she took a deep look at Shenzong. When Shenzong entered the Ice Saint planet, he reported that he was a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace and had the corresponding token as verification. That was why he was able to enter the Ice Saint planet through the formation. When he arrived, he saw Yunyinxin being suppressed. He was furious and murderous and asked Shenzong to swing his sword. If Yunyinxin did not stop him at the critical moment, Hongfeng would have died under Shenzong's sword. What happened after that was like a big show to the disciples of the Ice Phoenix path. It was very shocking that two Dao Masters had to show up. Moreover, the true disciple of the Heavenly Palace was protected by a Dao Master expert. This made them very curious, and they could not help but ask around. Unfortunately, they could not get much information about Shenzong. However, what happened here spread like a stream of light. It only took a short time for it to spread throughout the Ice Phoenix path and even the Ice Dragon path. Naturally, it also reached Ao Shenwang's ears. My Dao companion. Ao Shenwang crushed the armrest of the chair with a single hand. His face was filled with coldness, and his eyes were emitting an incomparably sharp cold light. At the same time, a terrifyingly domineering aura gushed out from his body, surging violently. Yunyinxin, the person he liked, said such words in front of so many people. He could not accept it. His anger and murderous intent were on the verge of exploding. However, Ao Shenwang held it back in the end. He did not lose his mind. Investigate. Investigate clearly. What is the background of this person? What is his identity in front of the heavenly palace? Ao Shenwang said coldly. Yes. A divinity realm expert standing behind him responded immediately. He must be extraordinary to have a Dao master-level expert as his Dao companion. Even though he was furious and wanted nothing more than to rush over and kill him on the spot, he couldn't really do that. He had to consider more things. After all, there was still a clan behind him. His family was a great help, but there were many times when he had to think about his family when he did things. If by any chance they provoked a powerful enemy that the clan could not resist, wouldn't that bring about a disaster? Ao Shenwang, who had been receiving elite training since young, was not that brainless. Also, find out where they are right now and send someone to keep an eye on them. Ao Shenwang's eyes flickered as he ordered. Shenzong didn't stay in the Ice Phoenix path for long. After Dao Master Lan Ning left, Shenzong and Yun Yinxin left together. Ice Saint Planet was a superclass star. It was so huge that even a Tao Master would have to spend a lot of time, at least a few days, to go around it at full speed. After all, Ice Saint Planet was a superclass star. In addition to its size, its gravity was also very strong. It suppressed and restrained cultivators more than stars of other levels. On such a huge star, there were naturally not only people from Ice Saint Palace. There were also many clans, sects, and other forces. These forces were not as powerful as Ice Saint Palace, but they were also dependent on Ice Saint Palace. To a certain extent, they could be considered as Ice Saint Palace's vassals. Of course, in most cases, Ice Saint Palace would not force these forces to do anything. For example, Ice Saint Palace was a dynasty. These forces were under the jurisdiction of the dynasty. As long as they did not violate the rules, they could compete and develop on their own. Because of Ice Saint Palace's power, Ice Saint Planet became very prosperous and lively. Many forces were like flowers blooming. Countless cities stood in great numbers. There were even many kingdoms and dynasties that thrived and thrived. Ice Wind City was a huge city on Ice Saint Planet. Ice and snow fell on Ice Saint Planet all year round. It was very cold. However, some places had thicker ice and snow, while others had thinner ice and snow. Ice Wind City was a city where the ice and snow were thinner. Pedestrians came and went on the wide streets. Almost every one of them had a cultivation base. Some were high, some were low. Ice Saint Planet was a superclass star. The yuan qi of heaven and earth was extremely rich and pure. No matter how thin the yuan qi of heaven and earth was, it was comparable to a top-class star. People who were born and grew up in such an environment, even if they did not cultivate, were born with a more outstanding physique. Their cultivation talent was also good, so it was easier for geniuses to be born. In order to resist the cold, they had to be nurtured from a young age. After some cultivation, they would naturally embark on the path of cultivation. In short, on a superclass star like Ice Saint Planet, cultivation was the most common thing. It was as simple as eating and drinking. The only difference was that some people cultivated to become experts, while others only cultivated to strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives. It was bustling and lively. Thousands of houses were brightly lit, illuminating the night. From afar, they looked like shining stars. Two figures walked side by side, leisurely walking on the wide streets of Ice Wind City. They did not speak, but even in silence, it did not seem awkward. There was an invisible tacit understanding. It was very natural, very comfortable, very pleasant, and very comfortable. It was as if they had become ordinary people, strolling on the streets, looking at different people, all kinds of people, bustling with noise and excitement. It was as if they had become a long-forgotten memory. Ever since they embarked on the path of cultivation, there had never been a time when they were as relaxed as they were now. The streets were long, as if they were strolling in a back garden. Shenzong looked calm, while Yun Yinxin was smiling. The night sky was dotted with stars. Gusts of cold wind blew past, and a white snowflake drifted down. "It's snowing," Yunyanxin said, her voice as soft as the wind. Chunzong opened his palm, and the snowflake landed on his palm like a butterfly. It did not melt, but condensed on Chunzong's palm, like a white flower blooming, beautiful and magnificent. Immediately, the snowflake seemed to have been carefully carved. It gradually emitted an astonishingly sharp aura, as if it contained an astonishing sword intent. "This is for you." Chunzong brought the delicate snowflake, which was slowly rotating in his palm, to Yunyanxin, which seemed to be emitting sword light. "Thank you." Yunyanxin's cheeks flushed, but she did not hesitate at all. She gently caught the sparkling and translucent snowflake with both hands. This snowflake had merged with Chunzong's sword intent and sword intent, so it had been fixed. Unless the sword intent and sword intent within it dissipated, it would never melt and disappear. However, with the power of Chunzong's sword intent and sword intent, it was easy for him to maintain the shape of a snowflake for hundreds of years. If such a snowflake fell into the hands of a cultivator below the spirit realm, it would be a supreme treasure for comprehending the Tao and the sword principle. But now it was just a simple gift. Holding the snowflake with sword intent and sword power, Yunyanxin looked up at the sky. Snowflakes drifted down like white butterflies. Under the bright lights of tens of thousands of homes, the snowflakes glowed with different colors, looking more and more splendid and splendid, like 7 colors flowing in the sky. It was snowing. It was a night of snow. It was not heavy, but it was exquisite. Snow could not be more normal for Ice Saint Planet. It was even more common than when the sun shone. For people who had stayed on Ice Saint Planet for many years, snow was too common. There was nothing strange about it. Yunyanxin had been a disciple of Ice Saint Palace for many years, so she had seen snow many times. It was not strange at all. However, when the same scenery was experienced with different people, the feeling was different. Yunyanxin felt as if he had returned to the mood when he saw snow for the first time. No, it was even more wonderful than that. Sugar-coated haws made from fire fruit. It's so refreshing to take a bite of ice and fire. Along the street, the hawkers' voices rang out. The last syllable was very long, blending into the long street and turning into a unique scenery. Yunyanxin bought 2 bunches of sugar-coated haws, one for Chunzong and the other for himself. Chunzong took a gentle bite. There was a crunching sound, which was the sound of the outer layer of sugar-coated haws. When a sugar-coated haws entered the mouth, they were sweet but not greasy. There was also a refreshing feeling in the mouth. However, when they bit into the red flesh, a scorching feeling quickly spread in the mouth, as if they were about to explode. The refreshing feeling and the scorching heat converged in the mouth. They did not cancel each other out. Instead, they promoted each other, making the feeling more obvious and explosive. The sugar-coated haws and the fruit were not ordinary things. For ordinary people on low-level and middle-level planets, sugar-coated haws were completely luxurious food. They could strengthen the body and assist in cultivation. However, for more powerful cultivators, they were just a kind of snack. The long street was long, but no matter how long it was, it had an end. As they walked slowly, Chunzong and Yunyanxin tasted many snacks and delicacies. It was as if they had really become ordinary people, experiencing different customs. This was something they had experienced when they were very, very young, before they embarked on the path of cultivation. They had not felt this way for a long time. It was as if a dusty memory had been awakened. After tasting many delicacies, they walked to the end of the long street. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. Time passed very quickly. They were reluctant to leave and wanted to continue immersing themselves in it. However, both Chunzong and Yunyanxin knew that they could not, unless they really gave up everything and returned to their fields. However, they were not allowed to do so. At least, they were not allowed to do so now. After a short rest, they had to regroup and cultivate again to reach the peak and become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could they take control of their own destiny and path, and not be influenced by the outside world and forced to abide by it. For example, if Yun Yinxin had been a Tao master in the Ice Phoenix path, no one else would have dared to be impudent, let alone Hong Feng. If Yun Yinxin had been a dominator, there was no need to say more. No matter how much they said, it was useless. No matter what reason they had, it would be pale and powerless in the face of strength. Only strength was eternal. Shenzong planned to live on the ice-sacred planet for a period of time. He would take the Tianming elixir to stimulate his potential, cultivate well, and strive to further improve his battle strength. As for Yun Yinxin, of course, he would return to the Ice Phoenix path to cultivate first. Chapter 23:01. Even though she was extremely reluctant, Yun Yinxin still left Ice Wind City and returned to the Ice Phoenix Road. Before leaving, Qinzong took out 30 low-grade Tianming pellets and 10 mid-grade Tianming pellets and gave them to Yun Yinxin. Those 30 low-grade Tianming pellets should be enough to stimulate Yun Yinxin's potential and raise her cultivation to the pinnacle of the Tao manipulation realm. Moreover, they should be able to stimulate and awaken her bloodline. He had tried it before. A single low-grade Tianming pellet was enough to stimulate 50% of Yun Yinxin's potential when she broke through from the demigod realm to the Tao manipulation realm. 2 pellets were equivalent to the same amount of potential when she broke through from the demigod realm to the Tao manipulation realm. It was extremely shocking. Furthermore, the Tianming fruit would also have an effect on the awakening of Yun Yinxin's bloodline power. Although it couldn't be compared to the awakening pellet of the Ice Sacred Palace, the Tianming pellet should also have the effect of assisting the awakening of bloodline power. Its effect could completely surpass that of the Tianming fruit, and might even be comparable to the awakening pellet. As for the effects of the high-grade Tianming pellet, Qinzong found it very difficult to support himself even if he took it. Yun Yinxin wasn't suitable to take it at the moment. Turning around, he took a glance at Ice Wind City. He had left behind a deep and beautiful memory in this place. Retracting his gaze, Qinzong was about to soar into the sky. Next, he would have to find a suitable place to properly cultivate and do his best to increase his strength. Another point was that he still had a few dozen Tianming king fruits left. Before leaving the ancient Netherworld ruins, he had obtained some high-grade dark nuclei. He could definitely refine a few more high-grade Tianming pellets. It was time to settle down. However, when Qinzong had just flown a short distance away from Ice Wind City, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and intercepted him. "You've been watching me for so long. You finally appeared." Staring at the figure in front of him, Qinzong was not surprised in the slightest. Back in Ice Wind City, when he was strolling around with Yun Yinxin, Qinzong had already keenly sensed that someone was secretly watching him. It seemed to be spying on him, but Yun Yinxin did not notice it. At that time, Qinzong did not want to take the initiative to interrupt the leisurely time. It was a rare enjoyment, unless the person who was secretly watching them appeared. However, that person did not appear. Instead, he only appeared now to intercept them. The one who intercepted Qinzong was a transcendent realm qi practitioner. He was one of Ao Xinguang's personal guards. His body was tall and muscular, but his appearance was very ordinary. He was the type that would be hard to spot in a crowd. It was a middle-aged man who stopped Qinzong. His face was expressionless, but when he heard Qinzong's words, he was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that his spying would be discovered by Qinzong. However, when he thought about it, he realized that Qinzong was protected by a Tao Master Realm Qi practitioner. The Tao Master Realm Qi practitioner must have left some means to warn Qinzong. What he didn't know was that the demon heart did not warn Qinzong. It was Qinzong who discovered it with his super strong senses. However, where was the Tao Master Realm Qi practitioner? He had not discovered the presence of the Tao Master Realm Qi practitioner since he started watching him. It seemed that he was not following him. Even so, this person did not dare to attack Qinzong. Who knew if Qinzong had any means or power left behind by the Tao Master Realm Qi practitioner? If he really attacked, he would definitely die if he was attacked by the Dao Master Realm Qi practitioner's power. You stay away from Union Shin. A.O. Qi, the Divinity Realm Qi practitioner, said coldly. His voice was powerful and low, like the sound of a giant bell. It reverberated in all directions, but did not spread out. Instead, it was controlled within a certain range, enveloping Chunzong. It kept rushing back and forth, ringing in Chunzong's ears, over and over again. Although A.O. Qi did not directly attack, his means were enough to make Chunzong uncomfortable. However, although Chunzong felt that the sound was very loud and it kept ringing in his ears, he was not affected too much. His strong spiritual will and mind were enough to withstand it. Who are you representing? Chunzong thought for a moment and asked. It's none of your business. You just need to remember to stay away from Union Shin. Don't get yourself into unnecessary trouble. There are some people you can't afford to offend. A.O. Qi warned again, with a threatening tone. Ha! Chunzong laughed disapprovingly. Hearing Chunzong's laughter and seeing Chunzong's nonchalant expression, the corner of A.O. Qi's eyes twitched. He frowned, and anger surged from the depths of his heart. It was about to explode and turn into a strong, killing intent. He wanted to slap Chunzong to death, turn him into meat paste, and smash him into powder. However, he held back and did not dare to make a move. He was afraid of provoking a counterattack from a town master-level power. I've already delivered the message. You'd better obey it. Otherwise, you'll be digging your own grave. A.O. Qi did not dare to make a move in the end. He left with a final threat and turned to leave. As for whether he really left, Chunzong was not sure. At least, he did not feel like he was being watched. Who sent this person? Chunzong retracted his gaze and pondered as he flew through the air. However, without enough information, Chunzong could not sort out any clues. He could not figure out who it was. However, one thing was for sure. It should be someone from the Holy Ice Palace. Moreover, he could be sure that it was someone from the Ice Dragon Path. Besides, Chunzong could not deduce any more information in a short time. As for now, he could not think too much. He needed to find a place to cultivate and do his best to improve himself. He needed to increase his combat strength and become stronger. In this world, in this void, only combat strength was eternal. Only when one's combat strength was strong enough, one could control everything and not be controlled by others. Only when he was strong enough would others not dare to provoke him. How could there be such a situation where he was threatened by someone out of the blue like this? A.O. Qi did not continue to monitor Chunzong. Instead, he quickly returned to the Ice Dragon Path and reported everything he saw to A.O. Shenwang in detail. On the other hand, A.O. Liu also used the intelligence of the A.O. family. He found some information about Chunzong and sent it to A.O. Shenwang. A.O. Shenwang looked at the information in his hand and frowned. It was not much. There was not much information about Chunzong. He only knew that Chunzong was in the Yuan underworld realm and was a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. He was the fifth true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace's Will Heavenly Lord. Moreover, he had the title of Unparalleled Divine Sword. He was a supreme existence that broke records in the Will Heavenly Palace. As for the identity of the Daozi, the Will Heavenly Palace had not announced it to the public because the Daozi ceremony had not started yet. Chunzong did not say anything either. Therefore, this was the only information that could be found. Unparalleled Divine Sword. What a great name. A.O. Shenwang sneered. The first title of the Will Heavenly Palace? No wonder he has a Tao Lord as his protector. Even so, A.O. Shenwang wasn't afraid at all. He was confident that his talent and strength wouldn't pale in comparison to the disciples of the Heavenly Will Palace at the same cultivation level. The title of Unparalleled Divine Sword sounded amazing, but he would only know his true strength after a battle. A.O. Shenwang was already aware of what had happened in the Ice Phoenix Path. The Ice Phoenix Path's #1 secret art, the Red Phoenix, was not as powerful as him. The current Ice Phoenix Path disciples were not as strong as the Ice Dragon Path. However, Union Shin had the potential. Once she fully awakened the bloodline of the Ice Flame Sky Phoenix, she would improve by leaps and bounds. By then, she might be able to compete with him and make the Ice Dragon path lose their advantage. However, if he could make Yunyin one of his people, then all the advantages would be on his side. In the future, he would be in charge of the Ice Saint Palace, a top-tier Starfield-level force. How shocking and tempting was it to be in charge of a top-tier Starfield-level force? Ao Shenwang trembled with excitement at the thought of it. His face flushed. That was the goal he had set since he was young. He would fight for it with all his might. The Ice Saint planet was very big. Most of the better mountains were occupied by people who had established their own sections. It was not suitable for Chunzong to choose as a place to cultivate. After searching for a few days, Chunzong finally found a relatively remote and decent place to use as a temporary cave residence. After setting it up, he began to cultivate. Chunzong had obtained the Great Void Sect's low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier formations inheritance from the Great Void Sect and the Divine Ruins. Now, he had mastered all of them with his extraordinary comprehension. Perhaps it would be difficult for Chunzong to set up some powerful formations in a short period of time. However, it was not difficult to set up some formations that could alert and trap enemies. He just needed to remind himself when someone was approaching and confuse and trap the other party for a while. In fact, with MOXN, Chunzong could cultivate wholeheartedly without any worries. However, Chunzong was used to doing things alone. It was better to do things with his own strength first. MOXIN agreed with this. After all, the protection of cultivation was not permanent. After setting up the formations, Chunzong entered the cave and quickly cleared his mind. Chunzong began to take out the Tianming Bao elixir. This time, Chunzong wanted to take the high-tier Tianming Bao elixir directly. Although it would be difficult, it would stimulate more of his potential and help him more. As for the mid-tier Tianming Bao elixir, to be honest, it did not stimulate enough potential. As for the low-tier Tianming Bao elixir, Chunzong did not care at all. After taking the first high-tier Tianming Bao elixir, Chunzong cooperated fully with the refinement. After being honed in the sword principle realm of the sword principle of the Middle Ages, Chunzong's overall body was stronger. Therefore, it was easier for him to bear the high-tier Tianming Bao elixir. However, the process was still uncomfortable for Chunzong. After taking the first elixir and refining it, Chunzong felt his potential surging. Immediately, he took the second elixir and stimulated it again. Then he took the third and fourth elixir. It was not until he took the 10th high-tier Tianming Bao elixir that Chunzong stopped. Because the potential in his body was surging like a tide, as if it was going to break through all obstacles and break out of the body's shackles. Chunzong knew that he could not stimulate it anymore, at least not now. Otherwise, it might cause harm, or it might cause him to lose his potential. Cultivate. Chapter 2302. In the Ice Phoenix Path, Yunyin cultivated with all her might. She quickly converted the potential stimulated by the Tianming pellet into her cultivation and assisted her bloodline awakening. After Yunyin refined the potential stimulated, her cultivation aura surged and rose layer by layer. She approached the limit of the 9th transformation of the path manipulation realm, and her bloodline awakening increased. She was even closer to the first awakening. The effect of the low-level Tianming pellet on bloodline awakening is actually comparable to the awakening pellet in the palace. Yunyin was secretly surprised. Of course, the awakening pellets of the Ice Saint Palace had more than one grade. They had 2 grades. One was the ordinary awakening pellet, called the minor awakening pellet, and the other was the great awakening pellet. The one she had taken before was the minor awakening pellet. It was already very difficult to exchange for it. As for the Great Awakening pellet, it was even more difficult. It was 10 times more difficult than the Minor Awakening pellet. Even at senior sister Red Phoenix's level, it was not easy to exchange for the Great Awakening pellet. Now, the low-level Tianming pellet's effect was comparable to the Minor Awakening pellet. Moreover, it could stimulate one's potential. This was something that the minor awakening pellet could not compare to. With this Tianming pellet, I will complete the first awakening. Union Xin was very confident and motivated. Only by becoming stronger could she be qualified to walk side by side with Chunzong. Otherwise, she would only be a burden. Even if Chunzong did not think so, she was not willing to do so. Only when both parties were close to each other could they be considered partners. As long as she completed the first bloodline awakening, there was a great chance that she would be qualified as a reserve Taoist and be able to participate in the true battle of Taoists. Cultivate. She continued to take low-level Tianming pellets. As for mid-level Tianming pellets, according to Chunzong, the burden would be too great. He did not plan to take them for now. Union Xin was not a radical person. Unless she had no other choice, she would not do something that went against her character. Potential surged like a tide, surging in her body. It was as if it wanted to break through the restraints and shackles of her body. She vaguely let out roars, like the roars of a dragon, as if her sea of qi was boundless. However, such a vast amount of power was completely confined within his body, and Chunzong continued to refine it. With this power, Chunzong wholeheartedly comprehended the Heart Sword Dao and improved his Sword Dao domain. It was the Sword World, the supreme inheritance of the Sword Doctrine Dominator of the Middle Ages, Ming Yu Jingfeng. This inheritance was unfathomable and extremely profound. Chunzong had spent a long time to barely understand it. However, the first condition to cultivate it was to master a sword doctrine domain that was 10,000 meters wide. A sword domain of 10,000 meters was the most basic requirement. If the sword domain was less than 10,000 meters, it could only be imagined. After fulfilling the first condition, he was still unable to cultivate the sword world because there was still the second condition, and so on. However, now was not the time to consider so much. He had to improve his Sword Dao domain to the level of 10,000 meters. He did not know if he could cultivate the sword world. However, once his Sword Dao domain reached the level of 10,000 meters and integrated it into the sword technique of refining the heart into one, Chunzong believed that his regular combat strength would increase by a lot again. His ultimate combat strength would naturally increase as well. As for the power borrowed from the deities, it did not belong to him after all. He would not use it unless he could, so as to avoid becoming dependent on it. Of course, once he encountered a strong enemy that he could not match, he would still borrow it. Chunzong was not so pedantic. He tried his best to comprehend and improve. The mystery of the heart, Sword Dao, was gradually dug out by Chunzong. The deeper he went, the greater the range of his Sword Dao domain was. With his potential active, when he was comprehending, his communication with the origin of the great path in the outside world became clearer. The effect of his comprehension was also better. It was more than 10 times better than usual. It was very amazing. With such improvement, Chunzong could feel his own progress. He could not help but be addicted to it. The aura of the origin of the Sword Dao was peeled off bit by bit and integrated into Chunzong's Heart Sword Dao. His Heart Sword Dao was improving, and his potential was also being developed. After exhausting all of his potential, Chunzong could feel that his understanding and mastery of the Heart Sword Dao had increased significantly. After a short rest, Chunzong pulled out his sword. After practicing a few rounds of swordsmanship, he took a high-level heavenly underworld elixir again to stimulate his potential. After reaching the upper limit of his endurance, he comprehended the Heart Sword Dao again and improved his Sword Dao domain. The Sword Dao domain of 7,000 meters reached 8,000 meters. Then it stopped and could not be improved anymore. Have I reached the upper limit of my cultivation? Chunzong could not help but frown. Comprehending the mystery of the Great Path was not limitless. In other words, the Great Path was boundless, but there was a limit to human strength. The comprehension and mastery of the Great Path was closely related to one's cultivation realm. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the more stable one's foundation would be, and the easier it would be to comprehend the Great Path and improve it to a higher level. If the Great Path was divided into levels, it would not be easy for a Tao-controlling realm to comprehend one level. However, it would be easy for a Yuan underworld realm to comprehend one level. On the other hand, it would be somewhat difficult for a Yuan underworld realm to comprehend two levels. However, it would be almost impossible for a Tao-controlling realm to comprehend two levels. This was not only because of one's comprehension ability, but also because one's cultivation realm was not high enough and did not understand the Great Path well enough. It was like filling a bucket with water. If the bucket was the cultivation realm and the water was the power of the Great Path, the amount of water a small bucket could hold was completely different from a large bucket. The Sword Dao domain of 8,000 meters was the upper limit of his mid-level Yuan underworld realm cultivation. In other words, if he wanted to continue improving, he would have to make a breakthrough in his cultivation first. Yuan underworld realm cultivators can comprehend and master a Great Path domain. However, most Yuan underworld realm cultivators can only achieve a Great Path domain of 1,000 meters when they cultivate to the Great Perfection realm. A few prodigies can achieve a Great Path domain of 3,000 meters, and a very small number of exceptional prodigies can achieve a Great Path domain of 5,000 meters. The demon heart's voice was heard. There are even some exceptional prodigies who can surpass 5,000 meters and reach 6, 7, or even 8,000 meters. As far as I know, there have been people in the Yuan underworld realm who have comprehended and mastered a Great Path domain of 10,000 meters. This can be said to be unparalleled since ancient times. Although he said this, the demon heart was still very surprised. After all, Chunzong was only a mid-level Yuan underworld realm cultivator, yet his Sword Dao domain could already reach 8,000 meters. In that case, it would not be difficult for his Sword Dao domain to reach 10,000 meters when he was at the high-level Yuan underworld realm. At the Yuan underworld realm, Chunzong's Sword Dao domain would be able to exceed 10,000 meters. This was unprecedented. Chunzong felt a little helpless about the fact that he could not continue improving his Sword Dao domain due to the limitations of his cultivation realm. He could only accept it. He decided to continue cultivating. However, this time, Chunzong wholeheartedly focused on improving his Qi refinement realm cultivation. The 14th level of the Taichu sword origin technique revolved continuously. The Taichu sword origin technique, which had been mended by the round holes, had become even more complete. It might not have increased directly, but the power consumed when using it had decreased, and its recovery speed had also increased. Thanks to the surge of potential, the cultivation speed of the Taichu sword origin technique was much faster than usual. Chunzong could also feel that his Qi refinement realm cultivation speed had also increased. Cultivation and the Great Path complemented each other. Comprehending the Great Path required one's cultivation to reach a certain level. However, conversely, when one's comprehension of the Great Path reached a certain level, one's cultivation would increase and form a virtuous cycle. Therefore, when Chunzong comprehended his Sword Dao domain to 8,000 meters, his cultivation speed increased even faster. With the help of the elixir pills and the surge of potential, Chunzong's cultivation speed was extremely shocking. The cultivation speed of the 14th level of the Taichu sword origin technique was also extremely shocking. There was no sense of time on the mountain, so Chunzong did not pay much attention to it. When it came to cultivation, he would rest. After resting, he would practice his swordsmanship. Although his swordsmanship seemed unsystematic, it was actually done as he pleased. His swordsmanship was simple and exquisite, returning to its original simplicity. After practicing his swordsmanship, Chunzong continued to cultivate and improve his cultivation. This process repeated over and over again. His cultivation kept increasing, getting higher and higher until it neared the high level of the Yuan Ming realm. Now, I am already at the peak of the mid-level of the Yuan Ming realm. After breaking through the shackles, I will be able to reach the high level of the Yuan Ming realm. Chunzong pondered silently. According to normal cultivation, breaking through the shackles of the Yuan Ming realm wouldn't be an easy task. It would probably take several years, or even more than 10 years. It should be known that the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it would be to improve. The difficulty of breaking through would also increase exponentially. However, that would take a long time. After all, his main goal wasn't to break through his cultivation level. That was just a side benefit. His main goal was to cultivate the sword world. Qinzong had a hunch that cultivating the sword world would take a lot of time. In that case, let's break through by force first. Qinzong made a decision. Firstly, it was to cultivate the sword world. Secondly, it was because the enemies he encountered seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. He needed to be stronger to be able to resist them. If it was only one of the reasons, Qinzong wouldn't have made such a firm decision. After all, breaking through by force wasn't his style of doing things. He had always been accumulating his strength to the extreme before breaking through naturally. The advantage of breaking through by force was that he could continue to comprehend the Sword Dao and raise his Sword Dao domain to 10,000 meters. The disadvantage was that he would have to spend a lot of time to make up for the flaws left behind by breaking through by force. Although this wouldn't affect his combat strength, it would affect his subsequent breakthroughs. However, some of the side effects were still within an acceptable range. After weighing the pros and cons, Qinzong finally decided to break through by force. Accumulating, continuously mobilizing the power of his cultivation, adjusting his body's condition to the extreme. Tyrannical power continuously emanated from his body, layer upon layer, surging and surging in all directions, as if it wanted to destroy everything in the surroundings. Break! Soon after, Qinzong withdrew all of his power and condensed it continuously. He condensed it and compressed it into a sword light. It was an extremely bright sword light that was condensed to the extreme and extremely powerful. The sword slashed out with terrifying power, as if it wanted to pierce through everything between heaven and earth and pierce the shackles between the middle and high levels of the Yuanming realm. However, this shackle was very tenacious. Due to Qinzong's solid foundation, it was even more difficult to break through the bottleneck. It was as if a thunderclap had exploded in Qinzong's ears. It shook Qinzong to the point of dizziness. His qi and blood were in turmoil. In just an instant, he was almost injured. Fortunately, his body was strong enough to withstand it. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood. Chapter 2303. Break, break, break. Inside the cave, a shocking sword chime reverberated and turned into waves of sound waves that surged out of Qinzong's body like a tsunami before crashing into the surrounding cave walls. Fortunately, the surrounding cave walls had been reinforced by Qinzong's array formation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the impact and might have collapsed, burying Qinzong in the cave. It wouldn't have been fatal, but it would have affected his cultivation. Another sword strike that seemed to condense a lifetime's worth of power pierced, tore, and shattered. Under the repeated attacks of Qinzong's lifetime of power, the barrier that was like a natural moat was finally cracked open. The cracks continued to expand, and when the last sword was unleashed, it seemed to be burning. Qinzong could vaguely hear the earth-shattering sound of drums ringing in his ears. It was as vast and mighty as divine thunder, shaking him so much that he almost lost consciousness. At the same time, the barrier between the mid-level of the Yuan underworld stage and the high level of the Yuan underworld stage was completely broken. The sword light pierced through like a hot knife through butter and once again transformed into the Taichu sword origin. His cultivation base also broke through to the high level of the Yuan underworld stage. This made Qinzong feel as though he had broken through a cage and opened up a wider world. As the Taichu sword origin continued to move, it began to purify itself and continuously absorb the surrounding Yuan Qi, becoming even more majestic. After a few days and nights, Qinzong finally stopped circulating the Taichu sword origin technique. The Taichu sword origin technique that had been constantly moving around also gradually quieted down. His cultivation base had already broken through and stabilized at the high level of the Yuan underworld stage. However, this was only the initial stage. Because he had forcefully broken through, he still needed to spend a lot of time and energy to further consolidate it and make up for the flaws left behind by the forceful breakthrough. Only then could he continue to improve and reach the perfected Yuan underworld stage. My cultivation base has broken through. Now I can continue to comprehend the heart sword path and improve my sword path domain. Shenzong's eyes were as bright as lightning. Consolidating and making up for one's cultivation base was not something that could be done overnight. He could not rush it. With a breakthrough in his cultivation, Shenzong discovered that the shackles had disappeared when he tried to comprehend the mysteries of the Heart Sword Tao. He could continue to comprehend even more mysteries, which meant that his Sword Tao domain could continue to improve. However, as the Sword Principle domain continued to improve, Shenzong found that he had encountered a bottleneck again. 9,999 meters. When his Sword Tao domain reached 9,999 meters, it was stuck. No matter how hard he tried to comprehend it, he couldn't break through. Shenzong felt that this wasn't the upper limit of his Yuan underworld cultivation. However, he was still unable to break through. Even though Shenzong had tried to forcefully break through, it had been to no avail. The 10,000-meter domain has always been a dividing line, Demon Heart said solemnly. Generally speaking, only cultivators in the transcendent plane could cultivate their Great Path domain to 10,000 meters. However, 10,000 meters was equivalent to a symbol. Whether one's Great Path domain could reach 10,000 meters or not was a distinction between high and low. In terms of cultivation base, a Great Path domain below 10,000 meters was like a rudimentary level. Reaching 10,000 meters was equivalent to stepping into the initial level. You need an opportunity, Demon Heart said. It's best to find an external force to stimulate it. Otherwise, it would probably take a lot of time to comprehend it on his own. Although Demon Heart did not say this, Shenzong understood it very well. After removing the array formation and other things, Shenzong left the place where he had been cultivating in seclusion for a few months. As for Union Shin, Shenzong wasn't worried. She had used the 9 heavenly rings to transmit a message to him. She had said that her cultivation base had reached the limit of the Tao manipulation realm, and that the first awakening of her bloodline had reached a critical moment. She was preparing to enter deep seclusion to completely awaken her bloodline and break through to the Yuan underworld plane. Union Shin didn't know how long this seclusion would take. Therefore, she first told Shenzong so that he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to contact her. His Sword Tao domain had reached 9,999 meters. He needed to break through the shackles and reach an even higher level. He could use the stimulation of external forces to find an opportunity. He could find some places left behind by Sword Tao cultivators to observe and comprehend and inspire himself. Shenzong entered a huge city to collect information. Ice Sacred Planet was very big and had a variety of forces. There were also forces that specialized in collecting and selling information. He only needed to pay a small price to buy a lot of information. It was much more convenient than slowly investigating by himself. Now, Shenzong's accumulation of wealth was something that many transcendent planes couldn't compare to. This little bit of wealth was nothing at all. The Ice Sword Desperate Domain is the place where Ice Sword Venerable used to live. It is shrouded in Ice Sword Chi all year round. Under its influence, it is turned into a sword domain, freezing all life and keeping people away. Shenzong looked at the information he had bought and decided to go to the Ice Sword Desperate Domain. Ice Sword Master was an expert at the Tao Master level. He was not a very powerful Tao Master, but he was a Tao Master after all. The Ice Sword Desperate Domain that he left behind was also extraordinary and had existed for hundreds of years. But according to the information, the Ice Sword Desperate Domain was constantly shrinking. It was estimated that in about 100 years, it would really dissipate. At that time, the ice sword desperate domain would also become a thing of the past. After all, without the support, it couldn't withstand the erosion of time and would eventually dissipate. Moreover, many people who practice swordsmanship would go to the ice sword desperate domain to observe and comprehend it, which indirectly accelerated the consumption of the power of the ice sword desperate domain and shortened its existence time. The void was so vast that no one knew how many predecessors and masters had left behind their traces. When those traces existed, they could inspire practitioners, but they would eventually disappear. However, when something disappeared, something new would appear. Just like life and death, the new and the old would replace each other. As long as there were practitioners in the void, the traces left by predecessors would always be there. After reading the information, Chunzong decided to go to the ice sword desperate domain. It was the closest place and also one of the few secret places left by predecessors that had a sword principle domain. He immediately left the city and flew to the valley where the ice sword desperate domain was located. The temperature in the air was getting lower and lower, and the chill was getting deeper and deeper. The surroundings were filled with floating frost fragments. But this didn't affect Chunzong at all. Finally, Chunzong arrived at a snow-covered valley. The entire valley was shrouded in snow, and the chill it emitted was extremely shocking. The deeper he went, the thicker the snow became and gradually transitioned to ice. As he went deeper, Chunzong began to see some people who seemed to be doing something. This was where the ice sword desperate domain was located. At first glance, Chunzong saw a giant sword. It was an ice sword that was 100 meters tall. It stood on the icy ground, but it was not inserted into the ground. Instead, it stood up from the icy ground as if it had grown out of it. The ice sword absolute domain was emitted from the huge ice sword. It covered an area of 10,000 meters in radius. This sword principle domain was the last one left by the ice sword venerable. It would dissipate in 100 years. Within the 10,000-meter wide sword principle domain, there were dozens of people around the huge ice sword. Some were sitting cross-legged, some were standing like swords, and some were slowly dancing with their swords. Each of them was comprehending the mysteries in their own way. As soon as Chunzong stepped into the ice sword domain, he immediately felt suppressed. This kind of suppression belonged to any domain. It was a kind of suppressive force that would suppress the opponent's strength, speed, cultivation power, and even great path power to a lower level and reduce his combat strength. The stronger the great path domain, the more obvious the suppression. The ice sword domain of 10,000 meters had obviously reached the second level of the great path domain. Its suppressive force was naturally stronger than the first level of the great path domain below 10,000 meters. No matter what great path it was, whether the great path itself was strong or weak, when it was in the same range, its suppressive force was basically the same. This was because it was only a kind of power that came with the great path domain. It was not the real power. However, the first level of the great path domain only had the most ordinary suppressive force. Only when it reached the second level would the true power of the great path domain begin to show. For example, the second level of the ice sword domain was icy cold. It was extremely cold, colder than any other place. Here, Chunzong not only felt that part of his strength was suppressed, but he also felt an astonishing icy aura. It was constantly entering his body from all directions. There was no way to stop it at all. He could only rely on his own strength to resist it. Unknowingly, it would consume more strength. Chunzong even felt that even his primordial spirit seemed to be affected. His speed of thinking was also weakened. It felt as if his brain was sluggish because of the extreme cold. Moreover, this kind of coldness made even Chunzong, who had a strong body, feel uncomfortable, let alone others. However, Chunzong was not afraid. Instead, he was looking forward to it. He wondered what kind of power his Sword Tao domain would have after breaking through to the second level. Chunzong abandoned all distracting thoughts and slowly approached the giant ice sword. The closer he got, the stronger the chill and the stronger the invasion. Therefore, Chunzong stopped about 5,000 meters away. This was the limit he could reach at the moment. He began to comprehend. Chunzong directly activated the four essences of mind. Together with his comprehension, he carefully felt and captured the aura fluctuations of the ice sword domain. He felt it more clearly, combined them, and verified them. The effect of his comprehension was several times better than when he focused on comprehending. While he was comprehending, the power contained in the giant ice sword was decreasing at an imperceptible speed. When the power contained in it decreased to the extreme and was completely consumed, the ice sword domain would disappear. At the same time, the ice sword domain would also disappear. The ice sword domain emitted by the giant sword was like a kind of nutrient. It was constantly absorbed and became nutrients for the growth of others. From time to time, other sword practitioners from the outside world would step into the valley and enter the ice sword domain again to comprehend the mystery and improve their sword Tao. There were also sword practitioners who could not bear the power of the ice sword domain and had to withdraw from the sword domain to rest. After they recovered, they would enter again and repeat the cycle. Chapter 2304. There were a large number of cultivators on Ice Saint Planet because of its unique cultivation environment. Sword cultivators were the mainstream here. Venerable Ice Sword was a rogue cultivator, but he was not from Ice Saint Planet. Instead, he came from somewhere else and cultivated with the help of Ice Saint Planet's unique environment. That was why he returned the favor by leaving behind the Ice Sword Realm and the Ice Sword Realm, which formed the Ice Sword Realm for future generations to observe. Those who came to comprehend were all sword cultivators, and most of them were from Ice Saint Planet. The characteristics of sword cultivators on Ice Saint Planet were very similar. They mainly cultivated the Ice Way. Whether it was the cultivation methods, divine senses, or the great ways they comprehended, they all belonged to the Ice lineage. Of course, there were subtle differences among them. The Ice Sword Realm left by Venerable Ice Sword belonged to the Ice lineage. It was very effective for sword cultivators of the Ice lineage. Of course, other sword cultivators could also comprehend it, except for sword cultivators of the Ice lineage. However, the overall harvest was not as good as that of sword cultivators of the Ice lineage. If one stayed in the Ice Sword Realm for a long time, he would be constantly attacked and invaded by the power of the Ice Sword Realm. Both his body and mind would be affected, and it would keep accumulating until it reached its limit. At that time, he would have to leave the Ice Sword Realm and recover before he could enter again. However, Chunzong's body was strong, and his qi and blood were vigorous like a furnace. He could resist the invasion of the icy aura to the greatest extent. His extremely tough spiritual will also had a miraculous effect on resisting the invasion of the icy aura. Therefore, Chunzong could stay in the Ice Sword Realm for a longer period of time. Time passed slowly. Chunzong kept observing, comprehending, and deducing the four essences at the same time. It was as if there were four Chunzongs comprehending at the same time, each from different perspectives. They verified with each other immediately to make up for the shortcomings in their comprehension and to reach a more perfect level. The 10,000-meter sword realm belonged to the second level. It seemed to be only 1 meter away from the 9,999-meter sword realm of the first level, but there was a huge difference. That was the core difference. What he needed to comprehend was the subtle but core difference. He needed to comprehend it thoroughly and find an opportunity to make a breakthrough. This was not an easy task. Basically, only a transcendent realm elite could cultivate a great path domain to 10,000 meters, which was the second level. Since ancient times, there have been very, very few people at the Yuan underworld realm. No one knew how many years it took for one to appear. Almost all the people comprehending here were Yuan underworld sword cultivators. Only a small number of them were at the Tao manipulation realm. As for the divine ability realm, there were none. Great path domain. It could be said that most cultivators at the Tao manipulation realm were in a state of near comprehension. Yuan underworld realm cultivators could comprehend a great path domain. As for Divine Ability Realm cultivators, they could easily cultivate a great path domain up to 10,000 meters. Many years ago, when the Ice Sword domain was still very powerful, many Transcendent Realm Sword cultivators had come here. But now, there were only 10,000 meters left, and it was no longer attractive to Transcendent Realm Sword cultivators. Analysis. Countless ideas flashed through his mind, alternating between illusion and destruction. Bit by bit, Chunzong understood the mysteries and gradually grasped them. The difficulty did not seem to be too high, but it would take a lot of time. Simply put, the first level of the Great Path domain was equivalent to the Yuan Underworld realm. The second level of the Great Path domain was equivalent to the Divine Ability realm. Moreover, not all cultivators could master the second level of the Great Path domain when they broke through to the Divine Ability realm. However, it was easier for a Divine Ability realm cultivator to comprehend the second level of the Great Path domain. Chunzong had comprehended the surface of the Sword Dao domain when he was at the Demigod realm. He had successfully comprehended and grasped the Sword Dao origin source. After breaking through to the Dao manipulation realm, his Sword Dao domain had also been constantly improved. Now, with his high-level Yuan Underworld cultivation, his Sword Dao domain had reached 9,999 meters. This was something that many Divine Ability realm cultivators who had just broken through could not compare to. Once Chunzong saw through the mysteries, his Sword Dao domain would break through to 10,000 meters and reach the second level. He would surpass many Divine Ability realm cultivators and even be on par with some of them. Of course, this referred to the comprehension and mastery of the Great Path domain, not his overall strength. Even so, it was still very shocking. When Chunzong could no longer bear it, he retreated from the range of the Ice Sword domain. Suddenly, the stiffness of his body and primordial spirit quickly melted away. I should be able to comprehend that point if I do it again, Chunzong said to himself. Among those who were comprehending, Chunzong was very conspicuous. After all, Chunzong had stayed for too long, several times longer than the others. He had attracted a lot of attention, but it was just attention. After all, apart from holding on for a long time, Chunzong had not shown any other outstanding aspects. No one knew that Chunzong's Sword Dao domain had already reached 9,999 meters. It was only 1 meter away from 10,000 meters. It was just a line away. That was the distance between the first level and the second level. A difference of 1 meter, a difference of 1 step. After recovering, Chunzong stepped into the Ice Sword domain again. He could clearly feel that the power of the Ice Sword domain had weakened again. It was very subtle and hard to detect. However, the range of the Ice Sword domain was still 10,000 meters, but it had shrunk to 10,000 meters. Chunzong activated the Four Intents of Mind and continued to comprehend. Gradually, wisps of invisible mysteries seemed to be peeled off from the Ice Sword domain and slowly gathered around Chunzong. They gradually condensed and turned from invisible to tangible. Every ray of sword chi was icy blue. It shone faintly and emitted a shocking wave of chill. The chill was getting deeper and deeper. Every ray of sword chi was pointed at Chunzong, as if they regarded Chunzong as their natural enemy, or as if thousands of swords were worshipping their ancestors. In the next moment, hundreds of rays of icy blue sword chi, which were as fine as the hair of an ox, shot out and directly pierced into Chunzong's body. It was as if he had been pierced by hundreds of ice needles, releasing an extremely cold power. Suddenly, Chunzong could not help but tremble all over, as if he was about to be frozen. Then, the mystery of the Sword Tao domain also exploded in Chunzong's primordial spirit and spirit. An indescribable mystery, which could only be understood but could not be explained, spread out in his body. Like an icy electric current, Chunzong's body trembled unconsciously, his chi and blood surged, and his spirit fluctuated. The mystery of the Great Way had always been indescribable in words. It was difficult to bear, and it was also difficult to fully explain it. Only comprehension could be used. to observe and comprehend. In an instant, Chunzong's sword Tao domain seemed to burst out uncontrollably and rapidly expanded. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 5,000 meters. Chunzong's sword Tao domain was constantly expanding, directly affecting the others and fighting against the ice sword domain. Once the great Wei domains of different cultivators were released, it was difficult for them to coexist. They would only resist each other, and the stronger one would suppress the other. Chunzong's sword Tao domain, under the suppression of the ice sword domain, burst out with amazing power and continued to expand, reaching a height of 9,000 meters. This range was already shocking to the others. Immediately, Chunzong's sword Tao domain reached 9,999 meters, which was even more shocking. The sword Tao domain was contracting and expanding again and again, like a beating heart. Every time it contracted, it was accumulating power and becoming stronger. The 9th time, the 10th time. In an instant, it completely exploded. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be the sound of shell breaking. It was very clear and crisp, and when it reached the ears of the crowd, everyone trembled unconsciously. Chunzong's sword Tao domain finally broke through the last shackle. The 1-meter mark was directly broken. 10,000 meters. When the sword Tao domain broke through the first shackle and reached the second level of 10,000 meters, Chunzong immediately felt that countless mysteries of the sword Tao domain were constantly emerging. They seemed to be pouring into his mind from the outside world, but also seemed to be emerging from his mind. Those were the mysteries of the deeper level of the sword Tao domain. They were the mysteries of the second level of the sword Tao domain. Chunzong's sword Tao domain reached 10,000 meters and was finally on par with the ice sword domain. They were evenly matched, and there was no distinction between the two. As for the other swordsmen, it was as if they were under two competing sword Tao domains. It was extremely uncomfortable, and the pressure increased sharply. They felt as if they were about to be torn apart. Fortunately, Chunzong's sword Tao domain immediately shrank after the breakthrough. Otherwise, if it continued, it would cause more serious damage to the other swordsmen. I've finally broken through. Chunzong couldn't help but secretly rejoice. His eyes were shining like cold lightning. The second level of the sword Tao domain had reached 10,000 meters. A 10,000-meter sword Tao domain not only significantly increased his conventional combat strength, but it also allowed him to meet the first condition to cultivate Sword World. In an instant, Chunzong turned into a beam of sword light and soared into the sky. In an instant, he seemed to have disappeared. He had escaped into the void. Instant space, sword technique. Chunzong left in an instant and fled far away, leaving only a shocking trail behind. Yuan Underworld, but his sword Tao domain had reached the second level of 10,000 meters. It was simply sensational. The swordsmen, they're all started to inquire about it. Some felt that it was a pity that they had missed the opportunity to make friends with him. Otherwise, they would have been able to get to know an unprecedented swordsman. Chunzong flew far away and returned to his original place of seclusion. On one hand, it would take a lot of time to find a new place. On the other hand, his sword Tao domain had just broken through from the first level to the second level. He had to comprehend it well, stabilize it, and master its mysteries. Only then would he be able to fully unleash its power. Chunzong used the instant space sword technique while comprehending the mysteries of his sword Tao domain that had broken through to the second level. He constantly sorted it out and mastered it, although it was said that with the 4 wills of one mind, he could continuously comprehend them. However, having a relatively quiet and safe place to comprehend them would always be more comfortable, and the efficiency would also be higher. After returning to his original place of seclusion, Chunzong once again set up the array formation and quickly entered the cave to cultivate wholeheartedly. This time, Chunzong directly activated the 10 intents of one mind and comprehended the mysteries of the second level of the Sword Tao domain at an even more astonishing speed and efficiency. Chapter 2305. In Yun Yinshin's cave abode on the Ice Phoenix Path, layers upon layers of formations were activated, protecting the cave abode firmly and preventing anyone from entering. A figure was suspended 3 meters in the air, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His jet-black hair cascaded down his back naturally. Although there was no wind, the ends of his hair swayed slightly. It was Yun Yinshin. Yun Yinshin, who had consumed many low-tier Tianming pellets to stimulate his potential, had begun a true seclusion. The purpose of this seclusion was to use the potential stimulated by the low-tier Tianming pellets to complete the first awakening of his bloodline. Through this, he could break through the Dao manipulation realm and reach the Yuan underworld realm. Only by doing so could he become even stronger. Only by doing so would he have greater combat strength and be able to walk side by side with Chunzong. Otherwise, there would always be a huge, insurmountable gap between the Dao manipulation realm and the Yuan underworld realm. However, it would not be easy to awaken the first awakening of the Ice Flame Sky, Phoenix's bloodline. It would probably take a lot of time. Another month had passed. News about the situation in the Ice Sword Desperate domain had already spread. Even the identity of that person had been dug out by the powerful intelligence network. Chunzong, the 5th disciple of the Heart Palace of the Will Heavenly Palace, had the title of Unparalleled Divine Sword. However, that was all. There was no more information. The Will Heavenly Palace had always been the most low-key and mysterious of the 4 great sacred grounds. No one knew where Chunzong was at the moment, but there were still some people who were interested in looking for him. The remote mountain range was covered in ice and snow. It was freezing cold, but it was not completely barren. The environment of the Ice Saint planet was a world of ice and snow, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was extremely rich. However, it was mainly of the ice attribute. Such a place was not devoid of vitality. On the contrary, it was full of vitality. Many plants of the ice attribute grew here. The frost blue color was very beautiful. Even the remote place where Chunzong had chosen to cultivate in seclusion was the same. There was a kind of elegant beauty to it. A figure seemed to have passed through the layers of formations and appeared outside the cave. He stood on the snowy ground outside the cave. His feet touched the snowy ground, but they did not sink in. They were completely flat. After a month of closed-door training, Chunzong finally mastered the second level of the Sword Tao domain. The profoundness of the second layer of the Sword realm is indeed incomparable to that of the first layer. Chunzong couldn't help but laugh in a low voice. There was no one around, so only he could hear his voice clearly. With this thought in mind, the Sword Tao domain spread out in an instant. In the air, there seemed to be a layer of invisible ripples, with Chunzong as the center spreading out rapidly. When it swept past the falling snowflakes, the snowflakes trembled slightly, as if they were frozen in mid-air, and then silently turned into powder. The snowflakes disappeared completely, as if they had never existed in the first place. 10,000 meters. Chunzong's Sword Tao domain directly covered a radius of 10,000 meters. Within 10,000 meters, a terrifying sword pressure descended, suppressing everything. The white snow, the grass, and the snowflakes were all suppressed. The snowflakes turned into powder, and the grass and trees were pressed down on the snowy ground. The snowy ground directly collapsed by 3 feet, as if it was being suppressed by a 10,000-meter-high mountain. It became more and more solid. This was only the sword pressure of the Sword Tao domain. Compared to the first layer, it had increased by more than twice. Sword Chi, he shouted in a low voice. In an instant, within the Sword Tao domain, wisps of sword chi condensed out of thin air. The condensation of the sword chi did not consume any of Chunzong's strength, because it belonged to the power of the Sword Tao domain. It was the power that evolved after the Sword Tao domain reached the second layer. It was like the cold aura of the Ice Sword domain. Different types of domains would have different powers when they reached the second level. Even if it was the same type of domain, the power they would have evolved might be slightly different. Of course, if one did not experience the subtle differences personally, it would be difficult to distinguish. Chunzong had experienced the second layer of the Ice Sword domain. In addition to the coldness, there was also the sharpness of the Sword Qi. Chunzong had also mastered the second layer of his Sword Tao domain after a month of closed-door meditation. As soon as he thought about it, the countless Sword Qi that filled the Sword domain suddenly changed. Some of the Sword Qi elongated, as if they had turned into sword silk. They looked very soft, but they were extremely tough and sharp. Some of the Sword Qi quickly shrank and condensed into a point like a cold star. Although it was small, it emitted an extremely dazzling light. Some of the Sword Qi continued to churn, getting close to each other and condensing. Then, they turned into the shape of a fierce tiger. The appearance of the fierce tiger formed by the Sword Qi was extremely similar to a real fierce tiger. It was very lifelike. Not only were there tigers, but there were also lions, leopards, wolves, giant bears, snakes, goshawks, and other beasts. No matter what kind of beast it was, its appearance looked very real. Even the slightest details were the same. It was as if those beasts were made from the molds of those beasts. However, these ferocious beasts were all condensed from Sword Qi. They possessed extraordinary might and were extremely powerful. The beasts all moved in the sword domain. The tigers pounced, the goshawks swept, the giant bears charged, and the pythons cruised. No matter what kind of beast they were, they all fully interpreted the posture that beast should have. Then, all the beasts disintegrated as if the Sword Qi had scattered. They gathered again and continued to come from all directions, condensing into a heavenly dragon of Sword Qi. It was as long as 10 meters. It soared in the sword domain and made a high-pitched sound that was like the sound of a sword or a dragon. It was earth-shattering and pierced through the sky. Disperse. As soon as he said that, the heavenly dragon of Sword Qi dispersed and turned back into countless Sword Qi. Then, the countless Sword Qi also hid in the Sword Tao domain and seemed to have disappeared. Everything just now was like an illusion, but Chunzong knew very well that it was not an illusion. It was the power of the second layer of the Sword Tao domain that he had comprehended. Such a Sword Tao domain had changed. According to the Heart Sword Tao that he had comprehended, it was called the Heart Sword domain. In the Heart Sword domain, all the Sword Qi was under his control. He could control it as he wished. It could appear or disappear, and how it changed. It was all up to his will, which greatly improved his means of dealing with enemies. In the past, he might have been able to do it, but he would have had to consume his own strength to evolve the Sword Qi. Moreover, the power of the Sword Qi wasn't that strong and couldn't be completely integrated with the sword domain. This was a qualitative change. Doing as you wish and changing as you wish is indeed exquisite and has amazing potential. Moxin couldn't help but laugh. Yes, the second layer of the sword domain is indeed wonderful, Chunzong replied. I wonder what level my current combat strength has reached. Previously, when Chunzong had just entered the mid-level of the Yuan underworld realm, his regular combat strength had reached the 6-star level. If he used his maximum combat strength, he could surpass the peak 6-star level and even reach the 7-star level. After that, Chunzong's Qi refinement realm combat strength continued to increase as his cultivation base, comprehension of the mystery of the Heart Sword Tao, and the improvement of his Sword Tao domain. Now, his Qi refinement realm cultivation base had reached the advanced level of the Yuan underworld realm. Although he had just entered, the power of his sword origin had increased a lot. His comprehension of the Heart Sword Tao had also increased by a small level. The power of the Heart Sword Tao had also become much stronger. The Sword Tao domain had also broken the shackles of the first layer and reached the second layer. Its power had increased greatly. This was an overall breakthrough in combat strength. It was an overall increase in combat strength that had already surpassed the 7-star level. 8-star, or peak 8-star, or even stronger. Shenzong couldn't be sure. After all, the increase in his combat strength had been too obvious in a short period of time. It was so fast that even he felt that it was beyond his expectations. However, if he didn't have the high-grade Tianming Supreme Elixir, the time would have been at least 10 times or even dozens of times longer. Unfortunately, because his Qi Refinement Realm cultivation base had broken through to the advanced level of the Yuan Underworld Realm, his Body Refinement Realm cultivation base was still at the advanced level of the Divine Body Realm. There was a gap between his Qi Refinement Realm cultivation base and his Body Refinement Realm cultivation base, so Shenzong couldn't use the Supreme Lingwu technique for the time being. However, this wasn't unsolvable. He just needed to increase his Body Refinement Realm cultivation base to the same level as his Qi Refinement Realm cultivation base. It was easy to say, but difficult to do. After all, Body Refinement was different from Qi Refinement Realm. It didn't require too much talent. It was more about hard work. It was best to have external help to speed up. Shenzong did some calculations. There weren't many high-grade Tianming Supreme elixirs left. There were only a few left. It wasn't enough for his Body Refinement Realm cultivation base to break through to the advanced level of the Divine Body Realm cultivation base. Moreover, there was still the world domain. He also needed to comprehend it and raise it to the second layer. Speaking of which, there were still many aspects that he needed to cultivate and raise. However, this was also more interesting, wasn't it? With a goal, a direction to move forward, he would be full of motivation. Apart from the fact that his Body Refinement Realm cultivation base had to be raised, there was also another point, the cultivation of the Sword World. Now, his Sword Dao domain had already reached the level of 10,000 meters, and he had just stepped into the second layer. He had fulfilled the first condition for cultivating the Sword World. However, the Sword World was ultimately the supreme inheritance of the supreme Sword Dao dominator of the Middle Ages. It was something that he had spent 100,000 years to create and many more years to perfect. It was the condensation of the essence of the Sword Dao, and it was extremely profound. Shenzong had to continuously use the 10 intents of multitasking several times just to comprehend the entry level. However, he was only able to comprehend the entry level. He was still very far away from cultivating it. At the very least, he had only fulfilled the first condition now. There was still the second condition, the heart of the world. The so-called heart of the world referred to the core left behind after a world was destroyed. It was the condensation of the final essence of the world, and it contained the profound mysteries of the world's origin. Not all worlds would leave behind a heart of the world after they were destroyed. That required many opportunities and coincidences, and it was even harder to come by. If one were to compare the heart of the world and the world tree of God, the former's value would be at least 100 times or even 1,000 times that of the latter. The heart of the world, Demon Heart, let out a long sigh. He also felt very helpless. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.